Yo, oh man, I just figured I'd pop on for a little bit. I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. I don't have a definitive plan. Yeah, I just figured I was supposed to work on some of the photo set refinement, try and get Ari more stuff. I think he and I chatted, talked through some of the details. There's some things I want to work on. I know he's already working on. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to like fill in the gaps. I think I've been kind of like skipping over um, a lot of the details when it comes to the art direction. So this will primarily just be a working session, unless anyone shows up. I don't expect this is like the most random time to do this, but so let's come on earlier, took a nap. Here I am. So I'm just gonna jump in. So I think some of the other things I need to think about is like how this fits in with the broader site as well. I think I've been kind of skipping over it. The compass, whatever the working title is right now, is sort of been the focus. I think it's pretty well sorted out. The one thing that he and I are kind of going back and forth on is this state right here. Like how you get into the different views. Because right now we're doing testing to load images this big, but it's like, how do you get in exactly? Do you just click in and then you have to click in again for the details? Is that weird? Or should you just, what I'm kind of leaning towards now is like not having this plus button, because I think that just requires this to always snap. Not totally sold on that, but the idea being then that you could just click into any of these, takes you to this state, and this is where you could like zoom in all the way. I think that's something that could be kind of nice. So I'm just going to work through this a little bit. I think the slideshow's pretty good. I think there's some meta that could be interesting, and just kind of like double back on some of these interactions, make sure it's all feeling correct. So yeah, it may not be the most exciting, but yeah, if anyone pops in, has any questions, definitely feel free to send that on over. Otherwise, I might just be kind of quietly working in the meantime. So, and again, still working through some of the updates to the stream in terms of like all the I don't know, the different overlays and stuff. Started working through some initial designs for that. I'll probably do a stream on some of the motion design. Just try and touch like the actual design, motion design, and then sound design, and hopefully implementation. So yeah, should be fun. Okay. Oh. This will be a pre-initial load in. This is not right. Should still be panning. Gator and default. This is where I don't think the plus on the default makes sense. And default. Ari and I were talking about potentially moving that off. Like out of the center and maybe having it like its own individual slider. I think that will largely depend on how we. I think our loading strategy will largely depend or like dictate whether that makes sense or not. Because if you don't need to preload this, like, it just seems convoluted. at the end of the day. So removing it for now. Again, looking at, I have to make sure I add in the backing for all of these. Try and work through legibility problems. But again, trying not to do too much in terms of, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of like gradient backing. So sometimes if we can add like a 1 pixel border around everything, so it's kind of like the default cursor, how it's like black in the center and the white pin line. Maybe it's kind of the reverse of that. I don't know. But all things to consider and try and work out in time. But for now, I'm just going to standardize what I've got as like this radial shadow to kind of account for the center focus. It might not totally cover every piece on some of these like slideshow moments, but yeah. Let's see. Back. And so now, like, ideally I'd be a little bit more like look ahead a little bit more in terms of like if I want to modify this to be something that is broader and more encompassing of everything. Because then if I change the canvas size of this, I have to change the canvas size of all these instances because it's going to retain the same size and just like condense any expanded symbol into that size. It's going to get all fucked up. So all little things I should probably be thinking about, but am not. But that's okay. But at least like I think Ari and I are feeling good about this. It was so like, it was just like, it was there in the beginning and I worked away from it the entire time last time. So I apologize if that was rather painful to watch. What's this? Thought I would blend those up. I guess not. Oh, and some of like the alert box stuff you may see pop up. I think I worked on a chat overlay. It might show up on stream. I don't know. It's all like custom CSS, and I just did something really quick of like hacking the default template using my font, changing format. It's still not great, and I don't know how you control. Chat overlay test. Doesn't seem. Oh, it is. There's no backing on it though. Wait a minute. I didn't test this. This is what I get. I'm going to mute audio for a second because there might be some double overlay stuff. Hold on 1 second. Because I can't see it. It's just like this tiny little thing on my screen. Oh no. That looks horrible. Why is the... Oh man. What happened? Chat box settings. I could probably pull this up. I need to get rid of that. That's giving me anxiety looking at. This still... Oh, reverted. What the fuck? No. I did like full... Damn. Oh. So all these are like default. So this should be none. But what's nice is like if you know CSS, this is really easy to do. This was 14 pixels. Font weight 8 is like 600. Color F0, F0, F0. Okay, let's see if I can just like replicate this real fast. I remember doing this pretty quickly. Transform. Size temp. .5. I think this is 8. Message box margin. Was it top? 20 pixels. Oh, and name opacity 0.66. Color. I could do RGBA, but I just don't. I'm too lazy to look it up all the time. Well, message box margin top 20. Maybe this should be bottom. I don't know what this structure looks like. Oh, and then these icons. Badge. Height. Width. Jeez, I can't spell. Small. I don't know what happened. I had like fixed some of the spacing and stuff, but I'm just gonna call it good for now. At least it shows up, I think. Let me. Oh, it cycles off. Oh, okay. That's because. Add comments, read characters, source. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. No, shut down source when not visible. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off, see what happens. Test that. Frederico, I appreciate you QA testing this thing for me. Oh, is it? It doesn't even look like it's showing up now, from what I can tell. That's so strange. Well, I tried. It's kind of there. Yeah. Maybe we should just turn it off for now, but it'll get better. Need to pop behind. Oh, did it move? There we go. Well, looks like it kind of works. It's a little bit behind your camera. Yeah, so I think it's the bounding box should be above. And then I'm testing it out now, but this should be like view count down below, right here. Oh, don't do that. But yeah, I think with that typically being like wait, my Vanna White, whichever, wait, this, that's typically like the design panels, and I always use dark themes, so I'm kind of banking on that. I'm gonna kind of keep an eye on it. I mean, I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of chat today, but you never know. and we can kind of refine it. And I don't know. I have a whole lot of things. I was working on it not too long ago. I guess I can tip my hand a little bit of what I'm thinking. I mean, this goes back to some like old versions of what I was doing. Um, like before I even started streaming, and I didn't even know like what happened or how it works. I had this whole idea of like this dashboard of like, oh, I can update things every day and like have the date here, and this will be the bounding box, and I can have the session type here, so I'm like taking photo or like what I'm currently working on, so people can kind of like get a look, bounce in, bounce out if it's not their thing. And then have this like sobriety index, dumb index, like urgency index. So it's kind of like something I can quickly modify and just put in as like, this is kind of where things are at right now. Like if you pop in late and it's just like, I'm fucking stressed, I need to like jam right now, or I've had an edible and I don't know what the hell's going on anymore. All that readily available. But I don't know. I'm refining this. Again, like I haven't spent too much time. I feel like the default, um, like all like the default notifications and like I have like way up top, like the live icon. I needed, so when I did all this, I didn't even have After Effects. I was trying to do all my motion in DaVinci Resolve with, oh, what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. Whatever their like node system is for doing things like animation and whatnot. I tried. I got like the camera shake going. I got it like, I got enough right, but I can do it a lot better in After Effects. I just haven't had the time. So yeah, bear with me. And like I think it's back to the default like follow, subscribe, notifications with the fucking zombie, which is probably terrible and I should get rid of it, but it's kind of dumb and funny at the same time. Only so much time in the day. So yeah, why do I have? So realistically, I think the density we're looking at is going to be somewhere around here. So I'm going to go ahead and move these out of sight, out of mind for now. Same with this. The snapping idea I think is okay. Just with like initial tests and what Ari and I are looking at, it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to have as many images as what's in the like in the screensaver. So right now there's like 450 and it's constantly growing. We don't right now we don't see a way to be able to scale up to like 400 images. So we're testing like 100 right now. It may I think like if we change our loading strategy to only load images like at thumbnail size about this big, then we should be able to do more. I think it becomes a GPU limitation at that point of like, I don't know what we can get away with. So maybe it goes back to this, in all honesty. Like this could very well be possible. That's something we're gonna refine. In the meantime, I'm gonna probably wait, why is this the old navigator? Should be and alt. Wait, it's getting messy. I just pull these in. So this would be bitmap. Blur. Motion blur. Oh, fuck off. Motion blur. 45. Okay. And I think we have to figure out, like, once you get into the details, like, is this obnoxious here? Do we want to have more information? I think this needs to be, I like the free form aspect of it, but how do we hide this? Like, how do we create two states of, like, minimize and expand, basically? So I think this would be the expanded version. Let's cut this in half. 150. That's the end of that box. Hide. I don't know if that's the right wording, but so if we do this, let's go ahead and add that a little bit wider. Close these blinds. Cheap things like rattle in the wind and it just snap. Not even that windy. So I don't know if this, again, like, where did my margins go? I had like a bottom margin, I thought, on all these. Might have. So 40 pixels. Actually, I want to modify the master symbol. I think it could be interesting to get into some of like the fun details of like some of the meta design. Like I think a lot of the stuff that I want to do is getting into like GPS coordinates. It's all about exploration. A lot of it's like tape metaphors. How do we bring in some of those details? Because I think right now it's kind of bare bones and it's really just been getting Ari something to work on. But now that he's, I talked to him about like 2-3 hours ago. He has been working on it. I haven't seen anything just yet, but yeah, we had a call and I think he's excited about it. I don't know if we're fully on the same page in terms of like what exactly like the interaction is. He referred to it as a cursor, which has me a little worried. There is a language barrier between us, but he's super good at understanding things. But you never know. And he's just like, he can get these crazy ideas and he likes to chase them down. But they're always like, his intuition's really fucking good. So even if it's not something we talked about, like it's pretty wild what he comes back with sometimes. So what I want to do is make like a canvas basically for this. I don't know if it needs to be contained. That's the one thing I don't want to like pin line everything. And I don't know if this needs a backing. It might need just like a slight fill. Where'd it go? What the? Like even this, it's like the fewer lines I can draw on top of this, the better. So again, like I mean, if I'm thinking about like a condensing system, Ari and I talked about something like this because it's basically non-essential. Like once you get into these like panning moments, you don't really need it. And we were talking about where is it? Here. So which one is this? Panning. Old. Panning, so it would be this one. So like whether we have different metadata, where this metadata lives, it almost makes sense to have metadata here. and then what the metadata is that lives with this. One thing we're also talking about is like a zoom indication. So let's say like 1 pixel, 50%, let's see, 20% opacity. And maybe it's something this with triangle. I feel like I should just, like, the way you draw triangles in Sketch is really kind of silly. You end up like rotating it. But apparently I can't pen tool triangles very well. Ever elusive triangle. Should give me a halfway point. That looks close. Ah, fuck. Halfway. There we go. Triangle. 1 pixel. See, that sucks. But I think it starts getting into like, so then we'll make these consistent in terms of like this view window being what's active will be parodied or mirrored here. So I don't think it's 100%. I don't really like doing much at 100%, especially if it's interface type things. Like if you can kind of inherit some of the background, and I think like inheriting background color makes it feel much more. It avoids it being like pasted on. And it's a very cheap way to do it. So we're talking about this being like some sort of like zoom indicator, and whether or not this is actionable. The problem I have with that is that like if you move the zoom here, yes, this is all your controls. It kind of makes sense. Maybe this is just like a zoom indication, just a visual reference. But the problem is then like it would like if you want to be able to like drag this for like zoom in, zoom out, then it's like you might as well be able to drag this, but then you basically have a duplicate of the same thing, which Ari and I are kind of the same boat, like the same boat of like, it's not the end of the world if oh, I turned the rain off. If you have multiple ways to do the same thing, especially with like a more experiential type site like this. Yeah, it's something we're gonna have to. Well, hopefully I'll figure out some of it today. I can just put this a mask. So this is an easy way of just kind of leveraging the same language. It doesn't really work though. Is the problem I have looking at it. You'll need more than that. But these are the kind of things I want to start sorting out today. All the different like caption data, GPS data, and we're gonna have to figure out. So we're talking about doing JSON files for all this. So a lot of that's going to be used to specify. I don't think it's hex. I think it's RGBA values for like the background colors. But for this controller, we can. It's really like how much work we want to do. I think there's ways you can do like the average. You can take like the average value or like brightness of an image and calculate that, and based on what that the average is, you either serve up the light version of the UI or the dark. So that sort of like radial gradient behind it might be totally non-essential, but we'll find out if I don't know if that really needs to be there or not. Because my like the thing for me is like this ideally is something I can update with as little work as possible. And so we're talking about like so also looking at categorization. So I'm probably going to explore that today is like whether or not we have categorization, and some of these like in the file name dark terror cold, That's put in there for a JSON file for the screensaver and Apple TV app my brother built. And if we can build it the exact same way with the site. I asked Ari about that and he said, yeah, we can just create, it'll detect the words in the file name, it'll do the exact same thing. So whether or not that's really necessary is TBD. I mean, if we end up doing this categories function, it's not really. And if we can't do more than 150 or like 100 images, then it really doesn't matter. So all things like a lot hinges on him doing his testing right now in terms of like those little details, but there's plenty to work on in the meantime in terms of like refining art direction, and I think avoiding these kind of like tricky situations. But so looking at, so I know this, so this is a for sure view. Like when you're in the image, I know this is going to happen. I don't really know how we're going to get to this point. I know I want a stage at which like this is like, because of all the varying aspect ratios, I don't want this to be cropped. Ideally there's like a zoom component comes in, so it's like you click from here, you get that, and you can just zoom in, and then you basically have to click back out to the grid. How we do it, whether it's like scroll wheel, that's something that a lot of people are used to with maps. So again, piggybacking off like well-known conventions, even though it might not be painfully obvious or clear to whoever's at this. So, God, I really don't want to do this. Yeah, I mean, even this like starts getting conflicted with this. But what I'm thinking immediately, if I have this, oh, I already have it in the group. Hide button. Like, how does this potentially, like, how do we have like a system of info? But the problem is this is so detached, and like, do you want these like floating around? Not really, I'm being honest. This is where I'll probably start looking at Zoom. Sorry, I'm going to need to go back and organize some of this. So Zoom progress. Current status. Track. And all this is Zoom indicator or Zoom viz, like visualizer. So again, something we'll come back to, and how much like, I think thinking through a system of metadata that makes sense. It's Sunday, people are gonna be out. Maybe I should close the window. Or I don't know, maybe the, I can't think of it. Like the low end, we'll filter that out. But we shall see. So whether or not, like to avoid full pin lines, this gonna be on center, is that what that meant? Yeah, it did. I think this might be too heavy-handed. Oh no. This is where ideally I'd be putting it on some sort of like underlying structure, but this is such a unique thing that and everything is so like full screen to this point. I don't know if that's really that big of a concern right now. No, wrong one. Wrong button. this one. Right now I'm doing 10 pixels off. Let's do 280, 200. Go. So these are frame. This could go in frame 2. So, I mean, this is already feeling, this is a lot right now. Even though I think at default, let's see, this, caption, open. So let's go ahead and make a symbol out of this. Where is it? Go. I'm going to go ahead and make a copy of this because I think I really need to, just for my own mental clarity, just start like trimming a lot of the fat. Some of the explorations and stuff that like I still love this idea of like a dial, and like maybe it has a place in some instance I don't know just yet, but like for right now, it's muddying up my selection of symbols. It's like I come back to the symbols board and I'm just kind of confused and like, where the fuck am I? I tried to consolidate it as like this is sort of what's going on, but already I'm having problems here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just start deleting some of these. I don't need them. Yeah, I'm gonna have issues with that, but that's kind of nominal compared to the visual clutter I keep coming back to every time. So that's kind of why I start versioning things. Anytime I make like a hard pivot in terms of like, I've got a lot of options and I'm gonna start just like heading down one. I don't want to lose all of like the other variations, because sometimes I'll come back like to that dial thing. Like that could be the zoom, in all honesty. I don't know how that works with it, but it could be. I mean, if we move, let's say we move zoom off to the side. No, never mind. That wouldn't make sense. It was like if we had like click to zoom. We don't really have that anymore. This would be HD zoomed. Sorry, I just need to. I like made an effort to like come back here and make sense of all this, but I didn't do a great job. Some of the naming conventions is still a little funky. This is what we're talking about, like image ID. So this is again like if we're going to use this, it could be. I mean, it could be all this. So this would be date as well. This is like image ID. Again, all things that can be automated, something like where I can just leverage existing metadata. But what I do want to do is make a condensed state of this. Where did it go? Did I delete it? No, I didn't. Sorry. The stuff that starts becoming contextual to this, I'll just start. So this will be framework stuff. I can go ahead and move this up now. I have my custom cursors here I was looking at. I don't know if we're really going to stick with that, because I think custom cursors plus this navigator is cognitively a lot of things to think about. So, and this closed state should be pretty simple. Closed. So this all gone. So info, instead of these multiply, it's just plus. center line text, center line this. Oh, happened here. I like putting a little extra space in between. And now I think the gap's a little too big. I don't know, 130. Basically, plus 10, move 10 over. And instead of doing that twice, I typically will just delete that and paste. I do think bringing these down will help. So by default, this will be closed. And see, this is weird. Like, this initial state doesn't make sense. It's almost like it should expand down from the bottom and expand out. Like, yes, this is kind of helpful because it's wider and it brings more attention to it, but it's not, like, visually, this is about the photos. Like, the details and shit, like, I don't think every photo is going to have it, and I don't know how much I really want to write, how much it's going to be that meaningful. I think the one thing I was thinking about as well was the different categories. So this even seems long. Like, I don't think I'm going to be writing all that much. So what I could do is and this whole idea is contingent on actually, like, on the, so this is another thing that's contingent on the loading strategy, on how much we can do. If it's 450 images like that's currently in the bucket, then this becomes immensely, not immensely, but definitely useful. Should be like Terra. I don't know why, but I typically like doing tags. I think it's like a throwback to a lot of like news. I worked on, for better or worse, I worked on Sports Illustrated back in the day. And just coming up with the tagging system was such a pain in the ass. So, and it was all based on this sort of design. So for some reason or another, it's just kind of stuck. Right, so this is 34 plus 5 is 39. And this is, again, I don't know if this is like totally the best way to do it. Let's call this tag. So like cold is like a visual like vibe thing, and I like the idea of bringing things in that are like similar color temperatures in terms of like the overall balance. And that's something that I kind of decide arbitrarily. I don't think there's a science behind it. So, and it's just like cold as a category is kind of strange. So whether or not that sticks, I don't know. Let's see. But it's just more or less sample for now. But I think thinking about, like, even just seeing that state and kind of what I was talking about, let's go ahead, click close first, because this will be default. There's an option to like animate it potentially where like maybe it shows up at first and then consolidates down. Or it could just be this. I mean, there's the idea that maybe this is sort of omnipresent. I don't know if this is going to look weird. But again, like, this is such non-essential information. That's kind of like designed for design's sake. I'd prefer not to get into that sort of business. So thinking about this, I think the idea was alright, but I really think details. And then it's more like the expand function, which I think is, it's like solid rectangle, this, pixel, please. Oh, don't crash. I didn't save for a while. Don't you fucking crash. Oh, we're still here. Always save, kids. And then it's kind of like it needs to be here. Why is that? See again, like this half pixel horseshit just drives me crazy. Oh, heroes. I'm pretty sure I haven't snapped to pixel grid. If I don't, I'm gonna be kind of mad at myself. So this is already feeling like a better option. I'll typically combine these, so just union. I should really just make a union of all this. Combine this. Okay. Oh, maybe not. This means I need to now rethink the condensed icon. I don't even know if that's the right way. I think this should be borders as well. One. I think probably split it. Since isn't there like a angle line? 45 minus 45. No, I'd be curious what other people do for angle lines in here, because I think for me in Photoshop it was always easy to make shapes and then just rotate them, but it doesn't seem to be as friendly. Is that? That seems like too much. One way to check the now project. This is, oh, so it's inside. That makes sense. Is it always inside, or am I tripping? Oh, I could just do simple. I rather like. It's a little complex, convoluted, but you know what? I don't care. Drop the shades and do it. No, that's not gonna work. But what I do need to do now, these numbers are gross. Let's do 360 by 250. 260. 360, 260. So this will give me some options in terms of like having this in the corner. Yeah, if I need a little extra space for some of this UI, that shouldn't be a problem. Oh no. Please no. So, I mean, this. I do like the fact that this creates like a clean, like lower edge to this. Like the minimized footprint. I almost wonder if I bring back some of those lines, just do like something like this. Oh, and I like that a lot of people lit up when Ari was talking about buying a mic. I think he's thinking about it. Seeing what streaming's all about. I don't know. Dude just loves to work so much. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be quite his thing. Ooh. Oh, bueno. That's not the answer. Fuck. Oh, see, I can move this all down. Yeah, that's good. So that then aligns with that, which is nice. Yeah, it's okay. Icon's not final. Clocking off, sadly, it's midnight here. Super interesting as always. Cheers. Hey, thanks for coming through, Federico. And for QA testing my chat. Much appreciated. It'll be better next time, I think. Yeah, always. I mean, these will be available as VODs. That's kind of how I still see these. It's great. More and more people coming through. So, again, always appreciate people coming on. But I think like days like today, like short notice, really kind of arbitrary plan in terms of like what I want to do. I don't even know what to fucking title it, because like I just know I want to further refine it, but I don't know what, because it kind of like all stems back to like what's implied, like all the implications. We're still trying to figure out with the like the stress test Ari's doing right now. But again, this is a hard pivot off of the other collaboration falling through. So it's flexibility, kind of turning on a dime. So it's not perfect, but I can do. And again, like because this is so casual and it's fucking Sunday, just whatever feedback, photos. Like I'm amenable to anything. I just haven't been working the last 3 days, and I'm just excited to get back to work. So I think I can chalk this up to an L right now. This is too much. I think figuring out like a condensed state, I don't know. I really don't want to. Like this is like the main way to navigate the site. Like I don't know. I don't want this to be like something that's hidden. Huh. 5? So this is fixed. It's 50. And this should come up 10. So should that. I like to keep like keeping the left and right margins or like things that are pinned to corners, like just making sure that it's designed evenly. It helps. So the details somewhat accounted for. Part of me is even wondering if it just goes like even more minimal. Feels a little chunky. This needs to come up. This should be 50, right? 55. The fuck? Should be 50. That get all. Huh. Oh, I do know why this one's 5 off, but. Again, closed minimal. I still think this is one. All these lines. I really like chunky. Chunky UI, especially with something like this that you're trying to go like tech-ish type look. First way to make it look like shit is like make it feel heavy. If it's too redundant, maybe instead of doing it this way, copy paste, let's do rotate, and then down 4, rotate. I mean, that feels, I feel like I've been perfectly redundant. It's one of like why reinvent? Like this has become an icon people don't recognize. I kind of like it. Let's copy that. Let's cut it. Just mix it here. It's got potential. There's something to it. I think there's a way to make it closer to the more kind of ubiquitous version that people are used to. I tripping? Like, what the fuck? That's kind of a cool take on it. I wish I hadn't seen that. I am not doing that now. It's kind of weird. It's weird, but it's different. And I kind of like that, but. Or. I'm just being dumb. One. Just convey current status. So like the implication of let's see, of like what's gonna happen. People have shitty taste in music around here. They just like blast this like really questionable stuff. And I know I can do dash lines. I know. This is like partially cathartic for me. Ah, you son of a bitch. Please tell me this isn't square somehow. What I can do. Oh. Break off. Yeah. Wait. Let's do 90. Oh no. Oop. 90. So late. Maybe this makes a little thing there. I kind of really hate it. Things don't always work out. See? What the? And now these don't line up like that. That's weird. This is when I almost just say fuck it and just say like, oh yeah, that's the corner it's making. Put that in the middle. Kind of makes sense. Like this would be like, no, that's the expectation. I haven't done that on stream. I should probably not start. I have like the most obnoxious, like, stupid whistle. But I think that's... I can never... What? Opponent view. The fuck is this? Well, this is kind of nice. I just don't know how I got here. Canvas. Opponents. Ah. Yo. I'm still on the fence on whether I really want to sign up for this. What's it called? Like Sketch subscription. I just don't know. I had like Sketch version 64 or something. What is it now? 72. And really the difference is that I can't see my icons in dark mode. That's the big thing. Like there's definitely like speed improvements. I'm debating just like signing up for another year and then just like letting like whatever happens in the next year, like that's where I just end up. And if they update it and they make meaningful updates, maybe I do it again, but at least I'm not like I did the subscription model for Capture One and I had no idea I got locked into like a year contract rate. I think they changed it and it renewed and it got me locked into the yearly contract. I need to look into that, but I am not into the subscription model unless companies are really putting some meaningful development into things, which doesn't always seem to happen. The problem I have with this now is it doesn't tell me what that is. Like it almost does need that. Or it needs some like info baked in. Because this makes sense contextual to like what it is. I need to go back, but we'll figure this out. For now, leave it as details. Kind of works, the icon's not great. So we got caption accounted for. I think Yeah, this middle state is really what's going to cause problems, potentially. Because if this is a zoom in from this grid, that means, like, I don't know, like, what would be better, to be able to, like, seamlessly go in and out of images of this size, or if it's, you just browse everything, click into it, and then you can zoom all the way into the details. Although you will have to preload every time you click something. Be determined. What needs the biggest level of effort now? So this zoomed in. This is an alternative I was looking at. We can move this here. In terms of like the UI, like whether you even see these additional is. Oh, so many. Oh, let's get rid of this folder. Yeah, that's huge. Good. Video. Back here. Or so this might make more sense now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe this is by default open. So if we're going to control it, why not yield the benefits of it? If I'm going to have all this extra padding, it's fine to use it. But once you get into the zoom view, it condenses down. I think that makes sense. So I think with it, like, I just have to push forward with what I think is the best approach. Which I think, like, if we preload each individual image, this is old. So let's get this out of here for now. Bring this in. So the question is, like, how do you get back to the grid from here? And this means what? Oh, so it's first zoom. So this is where I think there's some problems. So that arrow really sucks as a UI element. I'll be the first to admit that. Vector. And so this zoom also wouldn't. Why is this being weird? This wouldn't be here. These. You. Technically wouldn't be there. This is the big question, is how you get back to the grid from here. I almost feel like it has to be in the center, which is odd. No, it can't be, because I went through this last time of like conflicting, like creating odd interactions and multiple interactions based off this. Like this should be a grabber only. I don't think it should be clickable. The arrows, the corner arrows are clickable. That's just like moves a little bit in each direction. I wonder if it's just like a grid icon. Because we were also talking about like there were some heads-up displays in terms of it's like if we make this like a what's it called? It's almost like a fighter pilot heads-up display, which those are kind of fucking crazy. I don't know if I want to go that far. Maybe if I keep it at low opacity and it's just sort of like this meta. And it has like this is like your altimeter. Problem is like how do you associate numbers to that? It's like you'd have to abstract it into some sort of random system. Maybe just a scale to 10, if I'm being entirely honest. 0, 9, 0, 8, 0, 7, 0, 6, 5, 4. Lagging so bad, it's so strange. It'd be nice to be able to like bend it. I don't know if there's a way to bend type that way. Where it goes like out from like a radial center outside of like drawing a circle, drawing like lines. I'm gonna do that real fast. This will probably be nothing, but it could just be a fun exploration. I'm not putting a whole lot of stake in this. Height. Let's call it Y pose. That's Y position. One, 5, 2. So maybe we do something that's, so this could be one option. That's right, I don't mind iterating, keeping stuff. But again, like with all this going on, this needs to be closed. It has to be open. Fuck. How would you do it on this initial state, though, is the question. I don't think I would. This guy go. So this is something I want to systemize as well. Let's go ahead and maybe make this as something that can be hidden as well. One, but open by default. And again, another thing that like I don't really feel needs to fall within a on any sort of column structure. Any of these like pin things, like if it's, I think actually ideally this would fall on this line as well. So then maybe matching the width. You could argue it wouldn't be a bad idea to put it there, but that, like, I'd almost rather conserve space. Like, it's close, but I don't really have much lining up on the underlying column structure for this site. Image, data, symbol. Oof, that's not ideal. Yeah, I mean, at least it's consolidated now. So if I just have this is a temporary placeholder symbol, and I want to think it goes here. This would be 50 because that's my spacing right now. And the edge with almost everything. This in the middle. 6. What is the size of this? Oh, I never zeroed this out. That's the problem. 60. I just like even numbers. Something I can wrap my head around. You can see it's, I mean, if I pin that to that edge, maybe this goes over here. So this creates like a nice clean edge. It'd be kind of nice, like overlapping. I like that. Let's see. Don't know about the pin line. We'll just hide it for now. Bounding box. It's back. And let's go ahead and proliferate this. I have it in different states in different places. Again, immediately, like just pasting it there, it just looked weird. 50. So now this is going to be 50 by 50. Should. Oh, what? Shows what I know. Rated by 160. Not even right. 280, 160. Oh, the 260, 180. Yes. Center line. So this makes it easy now. Oh no, we want this at the top. So now I just pin it to this top corner. I'll just delete all those because they're not the right size. 260, 180. Plus it's the right position. Although this doesn't really come in there. It's pretty much a zoom exclusive thing. Just the question is whether or not, like where zoom comes into play. I think at this point where it's preloading in, this go. So this meta wouldn't show up until there's zoom, but technically, like depending on the load strategy and what Ari comes back with, zoom may be functioning from here. We'll do navigator pan. Thoughts? I think makes sense. Problem is I've dumped all of the navigation, like, this may need to move. I really want to have the corners clear. Maybe there's a way to consolidate the navigation. I mean, this could become like a whole like system of consolidation and revealing, and like there's as much info as you want, or it's as minimal as you want. But yeah, this data is minimized. Yeah, so I think this top nav goes to minimized. So that at least clears this space for whatever that like detail ends up being. I think with the minimized version of the nav, I need a way to get back to the primary site, but I just don't think let's go ahead and get rid of that. I don't think that's it. So if we have a minimized state, what's that? Minimized. I hate to do it. Again, more things that are going to be representational, and I don't know if that's wildly unsatisfying at this point, but I think that's kind of the reality of where things are still. They're starting to come together, but it's still kind of a wait and see with what Ari's cooking up. So again, I'm trying to keep busy, but I'm not really gonna burger. I'm not gonna overextend myself and risk losing a lot of time. So this is kind of a precarious one. I think I would have much more of like a clear path on certain things, but I think it's kind of bobbing and weaving a little bit. So. And I will want to take another pass because, like, again, this is sort of placeholder for minimizing this. I want to have like a system of like, if I'm gonna know I'm gonna use it in multiple places, I'm just gonna create a system around it. But I'm not gonna invest the time of getting the details perfect yet. It'll be kind of like this incremental build, like eventually just like getting the details more and more aligned as I go. I think for shits, I just want to make like a like heads up display type thing. Should do not disturb on. Did. Okay. Sorry. Just making sure. Waking up from a nap is probably not the best time to jump on the stream, but where is this? So I think get rid of this for now. This will just be a fun exploration for myself. So I don't know the best way to do this. Like I know there's type on path in Sketch, but I don't really know if it can do what I want it to do. What I want to do, I'm going to basically create like an underlying grid for me to mess around with. Let's create 160. I'll do 180. Oh, what are you doing? 180. Copy paste. 10 degrees. Copy paste. Oh no, copy paste. 10 degrees. Copy paste. You get the idea. Probably copy paste. Oh, does not like that. Copy paste. Plus 40, is this gonna work? Oh, it does. Let's go. paste. Someone's gonna come on and tell me, like, yo, there's a much better way of doing this. It's kind of cool the way the lines come together. Set an opacity. Well, if there was like a... I mean, it could be kind of cool to leave them, but it's probably a stupid idea. What do you do? I'm stuck on stupid, just, you know. Or maybe this becomes like, so we can calculate like, so if you're panning around, we can calculate the angle. So we can basically make like like you're navigating a map. I don't know what happens when you stop. That's the problem. Maybe it comes back to like a center state. But yeah. Go ahead. This would be -10. And if this just doesn't interest you, I apologize. I like just like I'm pretty confident this is gonna be nothing, but I don't know. I think the idea could be kind of nice, and if anything, I hate to like talk about it in these terms, but I have something I can like post up. I hate to be transparent like that and kind of shameless, but I don't know. This type of like interface shit, like I don't know if you see a lot of, and this is the kind of shit I love. Does it really make sense? I don't know. Probably not. Oh no. So I'm just gonna get these. Apparently I can, oh, that's kind of nice. I have the, yeah, you can like option drag with the degree kind of left open, so I can just like option drag shift down to move it down 10, and there we go. And so this is where like everything just like snaps to a pixel, and it gets kind of frustrating. I think probably the best way is to increase line height and then just justify the bottom. 0, and let's do 8. Maybe that'll give us what I'm looking for. Probably still gonna have the same issue, but at least it gives me like a visual reference of space instead of me trying to like eyeball it. I still think it needs more. Let's do 12. Actually, this seems too much. Sorry. 10. This is where I probably should be doing this in Illustrator versus Sketch. Like I'm just gonna, like, neither of those are right, and it's trying to snap to pixel, and I could turn off snap to pixel, but then I'd want to kill myself in almost every other use case. So for like a proof of concept, maybe this is all right, and with how small it's gonna be, maybe it'll be all right. I don't really know. Yeah, with how small it is, and especially if I like the way these lines look. I mean, it's kind of an interesting like loader, just hovering over the wireframe view. Lines, especially this oval. I don't think that's gonna stick. Kind of works. The 60 seems low. I mean, it all seems like it's bouncing off, like up and down off like the proper curve, but. But the idea is like to replace this basically. So I don't know if this is like minus 40. Fuck out of here. What do minus 40? Probably makes it confusing. This could be like 1x, 2x, and this is like a zoom thing. You can just kind of like drag to zoom. Could be kind of cool. Say 1. Wait, no. Is there any other controls that would make sense? Zoom. It's almost like we'd want to rotate this 90. Greasy. No, 45. That is something that's off of. Yo, we are off track. Holy fuck. Where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? Oh, fuck. Killing me. All these are off. Alright. Probably the rotation. It's fucking with it. It's like trying to snap to a pixel after a rotation. I don't know what it does. Knowing Sketch, it's probably nothing. It could be cool. Is so these are like let's see. Oh, this is just Sketch's limitations. Trying to get like a smooth curve, but it's like trying to bend too far. Mostly because it's not starting on the line. Either wants to start to the inside or the outside. Maybe I just need to be consistent. That's close. Now I can't modify the curve. But I mean, maybe this is just. I'm gonna have to do it. make a copy, hide it, make a mask, mask, group, hide the fill. This doesn't quite work as I was hoping. View out here somewhere, about halfway. This is not. Don't do this at home, kids. Oh my god. This is just. If you want to get detailed like this, it's undoubtedly something you want to do in Illustrator. There's no way I should be doing. Like, final version will have to be translated. The idea was to have it like kind of curved. Curved with it, but clearly that has not. Oh. Yeah, it's too much UI. That's kind of not bad. What if this is, I know, 2.0, 1. Uh-oh, I already see the problem coming. Maybe it's not 90 degrees worth. Oh, it's uneven. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I'll have to make this in Illustrator properly, or just, I don't know, if Ari can make this encode in a way that behaves a little better, because this snapping to pixel shit is really throwing this off. But we need like a grabber element. So what I'm thinking right now is like you can click into, oh, these probably need. Oh, you know what? Don't tell me I got rid of it. Shit. There it is. Circle. Huh. No. Lines. Need that. I actually wonder if this goes to 40, just so this is flush. Or so this is like flat. Oh. I will want to do a little bit more research in terms of like what these old school like camera zoom dials. Let's go ahead and do that. Lens zoom dials. Old. Yeah, here we go. Oh, so it needs a dash. Oh, that's better. If it's like a dash and it just lines up. There's like a fixed this, that, that. One. Yeah, I think I like this better. I mean, this wasn't ever gonna be here. I think the idea of this kind of nice, but it's, if I'm really trying to, like, this is a photo site, like, why, there's something really well established that's really close, but why fight it? Like, this is definitely where I should be. It is interesting looking at, like, if there's like traditional sizes that aren't necessarily like common increments. Like this is like a 50 millimeter. Like they create a line for 50 millimeter. And I like, it's funny, like the collaboration I was working on was, it had the same sort of zoom concept. And that's why now, like, I'm starting to lean into this more. I tried to stay away from it because I didn't want to like cannibalize what was going on in the other collaboration. So in the back of my mind, I was just thinking like, I don't want to like push it. But now that like that's off the table, like it doesn't fucking matter. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I think what could be nice, instead of like the 1x, 2x, 3x, it's like this middle will be 35 millimeter. I'll have to think about this. Like 16 millimeters, kind of like the wide. Let's say the zoom is probably closest to like a 200 millimeter. I don't know how I'm going to fill out these increments in between. Doesn't help I didn't put any of these on left align. They put millimeter? They don't. Yeah, so they just have the dash and it's just like 17, 20, 24, 28, 35. Those are pretty common. 17, not so much. All these Leica lenses, so nice. I don't know what the T is. Like, what is this? Is it bad that I don't know what the fuck all these dials are? If I'm making a camera analogy and I don't even know what the dials are, it's like focal range. I don't know if these like 10 inches. Unless there's some... I don't even know. Weird. I don't think there's any correspondence to aperture. It's... no need. Maybe this is 50 millimeters. Oh, that's one. I may be running out. This meta too. I like this. It might be too busy again, but at least having this somewhere as like a reference. This could be 70 millimeters. And what could be nice is like if it's not, isn't it like 75 more common? I think I just have a zoom lens that's 70, so maybe 70 is more appropriate for me, but 20 millimeter. Yeah, I don't know what the widest. 16 is pretty fucking wide. Whatever these end up being. But even looking at that, like the millimeter added onto everything doesn't seem right. It seems like maybe having it once is better. And just have the values. That's kind of what's on the lenses too. They don't repeat millimeter everywhere. Again, depending on how it needs to build this, maybe this is something I need to go be more precise with in Illustrator. But for now, just as a concept, see if he signs off on it or thinks it's doable or a good idea. Or he can be a tough customer. But it's good though. I want someone who's discerning. Gives honest feedback. It's like, nah, it's not it, buddy. Keep trying. So why I like the idea of there being an active state for this, but what happens when it's in between? Then you're left with this kind of half state. Yeah, just bring that circle back. Oh no, it's gone. Lines 40. Yeah, see things have gone wayward. Might just think this is like over designed and over complicated. It's okay. Which I could definitely see it. There we go. that middle pixel. I think there's a way if we're like, so if you're in the in-between states, maybe there's the idea being you can click, but I think a dial would make it nice for like the idea of being able to drag this as well. Maybe more. This is like crossing over of the like lens sort of zoom idea and like a draggable like heads-up display type thing. So it's kind of not one or the other right now. I don't think the lines is necessary. Like yes, it's on lenses like that, but not quite. Man, big. What's going on, man? How's it going? It's a pretty fucking lazy Sunday right now. Just fucking around with some zoom ideas for the photo site. Going in some weird directions. Kind of making sense. Kind of not. I don't know. Trying to just mix it up because there's, yeah, and then looking at caption options and minimizing shit, so it's definitely not moving in a straight line. So I don't know how palatable this will be for everyone, but kind of talking about it earlier, like waiting on some validation from the developer Ari, who's going to do some testing and kind of where zooms happen, where preloads happen, might change the interactions and where you can zoom, where you can't zoom. So I'm kind of liking this idea, although it doesn't fucking seem like it's lined up. Problem is, like, these are clickable in the link language is that it looks clickable. This doesn't so much look clickable. It's like this should all be faded. Yeah, and this fucking line. So the thing was, like, if you rotate this as it goes through, like, this would snap. What if I just do that real fast? So maybe I move 35 out of this. 0. The rest of these, let's say they rotate. Where's my lines? As long as they're like roughly, that's not gonna. Fuck! It's rotating off like a random origin. Maybe I don't. I'll just talk through it with Ari. It's really torn. Maybe it just needs to snap to each one. There's enough viewpoints where I don't think anyone's gonna need to like have it somewhere between here. It does kind of go against the idea of like a lens being so like free form with the zoom, but it's not gonna be perfect. And it looks just warped. It preserves like the outer edge, but like some of like the 100 and the 200, that being like right aligned, those start like look like they're bending and curving, but can't win them all. That would mean we don't need the zoom indicator on here. Let's do... Oh, we probably want some of the meta from that. Let's pull this metadata. Yeah, Limbic, I mean, I'm kind of doing whatever today. I don't know if this is of any sort of interest. I haven't worked for the last couple of days, so I'm not opposed to pivoting to something else. Like 4 of these first seams. This is so dumb. So pull image ID, which will basically be this. I used to like name my prints off of hip hop songs. I have just like a playlist of fucking hip hop songs, and I name them, and they're always like, people would email me asking about it. It's like, yes, I'd like to get a print of Juicy. It's like so fucking awkward. So now I'm just going like meta, like there's no names. It was a dumb joke, but it got really awkward in emails. First I enjoy watching designers ideate. Well, you're in the right spot, man. Just, it's not gonna be the straight line. I'm just shotgunning out ideas for this kind of random interaction. So I don't know if you've been on the other streams, but the whole idea is that this is like a joystick, basically, where you can click and drag this and kind of like navigate through images, or you can just like grab and pan through some of these like zooms. So for this, like, how do you then control the zoom of it? This is one option. One option's like having this, so it shows your position within the broader grid or broader image, but maybe you can move this, but then it's duplicating that. So all these like little details are still fucking rough. But yeah, yeah, all like the song names were just like, I tried to keep them kind of, I don't even know if I can say professional, because they really weren't. That's the problem, is like, I don't really give a fuck at the end of the day about like, if they sold, great. If not, like, whatever. And so I just was always listening. I was in like a hip hop phase, and some of these things like I make decisions on. It's like, maybe I shouldn't do that. I should think things through about these emails and conversations. Or like getting on stream and just acting a fucking fool, but whatever. They don't like it. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. Way more interactive than a typical photo site. Yeah, it's just doing something different. That's kind of what Ari, the developer, is all about. He does all these crazy WebGL type shit, and like, I think you're coming from Twitch, so I think that was the first Twitch stream, was ideating, and it was just like, I had no plan, no content strategy, and like just trying to come up with something different is kind of weird sometimes, and not always a fruitful adventure. So kind of worked out. Happy with it. He's building out a prototype right now to see like how it actually works. because there's the slideshow component of it too, and it's using, so the position of the circle from like the 0, x, and y is like 0 speed. It's basically like a speed graph. So the further in either direction is like how fast it's going. So if you do a drag on a slideshow, it's like the same sort of like ramp up and then ease in speed. So the idea is there. It's just maybe in like the execution, it may not quite cut the mustard, but you know, what can you do? All this shit. I'm just duplicating things. This is getting bad. I need to start making decisions. So this is the panning. I need the zoom. I want to reorganize this a little bit. Zoomed panning. Yeah, I don't have a way out yet. That's the problem. Ah, fuck it. I'm copying the wrong ones. I don't know which one I'll do. Millimeters are like 1x, 2x. The millimeters might be too... I think like most people understand like 200 millimeter camera lens versus 16. That's going to mean different zoom levels. I don't know. Maybe leave with this. All right. And so partially what's been so painful is just like organizing and picking paths and then naming things properly. So this is zoom. This needs to be a whole different column. And preloader. And default. And clicked arrow. And zoom does not exist. And clicked. And drag. Yeah, we still need the pan and drag. Pan. Dragged. So then we have the zoom drag. This would get rid of this data. And this might help looking at like metadata that we serve. Because if this is going to be on the grid view, this will be on the detail view. And if we can kind of keep them the same in terms of like maybe your positions the same, but this image ID, what that's going to be. It doesn't feel arbitrary. These are all like ideations. I don't think that works. These are all ideations. Let's go with this. Zoomed, static. I think the only thing I really need to solve is like how you get back to grid. I don't know if that's just offset on the left side. That's weird to have like a dial. And where the fuck did my line go? Fuck out of here. Oh, that's alright. Way too dramatic for these small problems. Wait, it's gone again. The fuck? Oh, it's because this is this line. This is not blurred, this is curved. Copy. Oh, this is about 20. now, should we copy, because I'm not being dumb. I think for once I'm going to be smart about this. Create meta slash pan. Make a symbol out of this. I don't know why. Is that the master? Would create. Huh. I don't know why I have such a hard time with this. Like making symbols from the symbol page, it never seems to really work out. Batch. Wait, no, edit source. Where is it? It is here. Maybe it does work. Now I have my meta in a symbol. Create meta. Zoomed. Now what I can do is insert a meta slash pan. Here, pin it. Nope, nope. Bottom, enter. And so all of these now factor off of this. I like just get rid of these. Hand coded or not hand coded. What's it called? Like individual ones, so this will always override. So these are zoomed, although they're exactly the same now. I want to do something different. I've never used Sketch before. Seems like Pure Ref meets Illustrator. I've never heard of Pure Ref. All your reference images in place. Huh. Yeah, it might be something kind of similar. I think it's probably more closer towards Illustrator. It's mostly built for doing interfaces, a lot of like app design. I think like the ideal use case they had when they made this was like mobile app design. So the broad strokes thinking of Sketch is you have all these artboards. You can create all sorts of styles, and then you have saved styles, so you can just basically like update a master style. I have all these old ones. And you can have them in external documents. You can create like libraries of styles, so you can keep things consistent. And then like for navigation and stuff like that, it's super helpful. So you have all these symbols, and then you can place these symbols within. And you can also place symbols within symbols, like kind of like what I'm doing here. Like I have the meta slideshow is living within another symbol, and so if I change this symbol, it'll update. Okay, so if I update the meta, it'll update here, which will then update in all the places that this like navigator pan preloader lives, if that makes sense. Great software for inspiration boards, super fast and keeps full res images. I mean, that part sounds pretty close to Sketch. It does a lot of like, I do a lot of inspiration, kind of like you can create different pages, and a lot of times I'll create like an inspiration page where I have like Pinterest boards and stuff like that I'll just pull from typically. But yeah, kind of having it here and something I can directly reference and like kind of drag and pull into is super nice. It's all vector-based graphics too, so but it's all very rudimentary. It's meant to make like more simple UI. Doing more complex shapes, you can definitely do it. You can like dive into the different settings and turn off pixel snapping and stuff like that. But all of like the merge, like the union, subtract, intersect, and like the Pathfinder equivalent in Illustrator, not as powerful. So it's kind of like it's probably good for like 90% of like vector line work you need to do and interface work. But some of this more like on it, like you can't really type on a curve all that well in Sketch. Some of the more advanced stuff, like you still need Illustrator for. But I love it. I think there's Figma is like the other equivalent of it, but it's more like interface type stuff. I try and push it further and do like weird kind of stuff with it, but not saying this is weird. This is probably like this sort of like systemized design is probably very much what Sketch was made for. So yeah, hopefully it helps. So let's check what's up over there. So yeah, really the other thing to think about is back. I think I might have an idea. It's thinking about thinking. I think I have an idea. Thanks for the explanation. If I ever get back on Team Mac, I'll check it out. Yeah. That's the big problem I have with this, honestly. Ari's on a PC, and so he just can't open it. And so I would say check out Figma. Like if you're on PC, Figma's kind of become the industry standard for most people. I think I'm kind of like the old man. It was like Photoshop for all this kind of design. Oh my god, look at those fucking ink traps. Oh boy, that's something. Sorry, I'm such a fucking hater. But this is like all web-based, and you can do like collaboration. It's cross-platform. It's free to download, and there's like I run into limitations with it. I don't know why. I had other people in the stream the other day saying like they don't know what I'm talking about. There's no limitations that they can tell. So you probably have unlimited. So if you want to do like any sort of design stuff, I think you could probably use it a lot for what's it called? What's that app? Shit, what's it called? PureRef. You can do a lot of that stuff in here too, and you can add comments to it, which I think is really nice. So if you're working on a team, it's super helpful. There's a lot of really nice tools built in, but it's another, for me, like the free one doesn't seem to be cutting it, and I don't want to pay for another subscription. So I'm not working right now. I've used XD, but have thought about messing with Figma for some app dev too. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at XD in a long time. I think I was talking about this on one of the last streams. I want to see how Adobe tells the story of XD, if I'm being entirely honest. Scroll to continue. Okay. Design, prototype, share. I mean, the similarities in the interfaces is almost comical. I'm sure there's some differentiating factors that like I think each of them have like their own little like corner of app design that they're much better at. Um, I think Figma probably covers the most so far from what I can tell. Prototyping, they can all prototype. I don't know about this site. This is, whoa, that was wild. So they have the same commenting structures, asset library, character styles. Yeah, I mean, it seems very similar. I've just like, I've just entrenched myself in Sketch so far, so it's hard for me to like stomach a change. If there's like clear benefit, I'm all for it. But if it's kind of nominal gains for migrating and backtracking a lot, I probably won't do it. Repeat grid. I mean, there's some great tools in here, undoubtedly. I'm glad to see that it's come so far in terms of like what. It just seems like everyone's looking at everyone else in terms of like what's working, what's not, and they caught up. I think when it first came out, it was really confusing of like what they were trying to do with it, but yeah, clearly they've upped their game a lot. So, and I have the CC subscription, so maybe I'll play around with it at some point. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have the time. It's just like it's always a time thing. I'm always like 10 steps behind in terms of like what I want to do. But you can see like all these like all this shape work with this is kind of janky. I don't know. A little weird. So mask. Fill. Put this to border. 1 pixel. Let's see, 2. Peter, Sunday's good, man. How's things with you? Yeah, I was just kind of jamming through some of this interface stuff, trying to figure out how Zoom works. That looks very lopsided. I'm not proud of that. Yeah, this is like rough reference. So it's all like right justified, so it makes the circle look like it's bent in. Like I should really, if I'm gonna commit to this, maybe I just do this real fast. And honestly, what I should do also is make a symbol out of these. I have my lines still. Still want to bring the lines back. So this is like, please don't judge me. This is concept at this point. It started off precise and then I kept changing it, and oh man, I'm just making it worse. I'm sorry. Mask. What I'm trying to do now is, oh no. I want to subtract. So what's nice about the masking and like combining shapes and subtracting is that you can always go back and like modify the subtractions. Kind of can in Illustrator, but not as much. Figma's definitely the winner versus Sketch. For me, it was down to file storage. I don't need to mess with any files, and Figma's cross-platform, so it doesn't matter for devs either. Yeah, I agree with the cross-platform bit. That's super powerful. I think I may have talked about this last time. For me, what's weird is not having the actual files. I don't know if there's a place, I don't know Figma well enough in terms of like if you can actually like download the files. I trust their system of backing up, and I believe it's all cloud-based. I don't know. Again, I could be wrong. This is where like my ignorance is sort of a problem. It's probably a problem. Um, but yeah, for me, like I have everything. I use Arc. It sends everything to my NAS, so I have like a local copy. I have a storage copy from that going to Amazon Glacier. So for me, there's like peace of mind being able to then like if I look at like some of my projects and how I structure them, they've actually kind of gone to shit. So don't judge me, but or you can either way, it's fine. But like some of these streams or like designs for like the live stream, if I want to have like a couple different, like if I want to have the actual design files here with all the JPEGs, like it's all easy for me to find. Um, but I mean, if I'm if I'm wrong, then it makes this conversation super easy. Of like, nah, you can still do that. Um, Going well, taking time to relax before the work week starts again. Yeah, I hear you, Peter. I just haven't worked since Thursday, which is a long time for me. I'm very much used to kind of grinding constantly. I started getting a little cagey, but it was the girlfriend's birthday, so I drank way more than I'd care to admit. But feeling alright today, so here we are. How about I switch to kombucha over mezcal, so heading in the right direction, I hope. I hope you all managed to catch this, but I've been following the streams a bit. The latest project is looking awesome. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. And I'm always kind of looking for feedback in terms of like when the right time for streams are. It's so wild because like someone was on earlier and they were just like, "Oh shit, it's midnight. Like I'd love to stay, but like it's literally the middle of the night. I need to go to bed." And people with work, I kind of didn't have a ton of like expectations for a Sunday. I thought it would be pretty quiet, especially since I didn't really have a firm plan. I was kind of like, I don't know what I'm gonna do today. Um, so if there's any feedback in terms of like what is a good time, I'm definitely amenable to trying it. Like I think I've done mostly afternoon. Um, I've tried a couple morning streams, which this is all Pacific time, so I don't know how that factors in internationally. There's probably like an ideal window I should be looking at, but I need to do my homework again. But yeah, stoked you're liking it. I think this could be a really fun one. It may confuse the shit out of people, but this is kind of like what Ari and I love doing, is making stuff that's just a bit non-conventional. I don't think his folio was like that crazy in terms of like it's kind of like your traditional sort of like, but I think the way it functions and everything is kind of non-traditional. But like when he saw this, I think I mentioned it last time, like I was worried that he was just going to be like, you lost it. That doesn't make any damn sense, but he's stoked on it. So he started like right away. Yeah, you can download them. I do that for secret backups. I hear you. Yeah, I like the one project I did on Figma. There was like a project. I think they're workspaces, and there was like this one guy who just wanted to like micromanage everything and pop in, and like that, I don't like that about Figma at all in like a group setting, especially if there's like a manager who's prone to just like be very like antsy and just trying to like jump in and assert themselves. Like I'm working through some ideas, like the shit you just went on about 20 minutes on, like I agree with everything you're saying. Like so I started having everything in my own personal workspace, and then at the end of the day copying and pasting into the actual workspace because I was like, dude, I don't want to hear it. And then you see people's cursors kind of moving around, stuff you're working on. You're like, I just wish you wouldn't. So Sketch is kind of a safe space for me. Yeah, so it's, I don't know, pros and cons to each. I like, this is where like, that would bug me a lot. Like, and then I mentioned it before of like when I was in-house at like agencies, I'd like wait until no one was around to try the really weird shit that I thought would be kind of fun or interesting or has potential. So, um, yeah, so this has been like a very interesting learning experience for me. I will say that. Um, but hopefully my suffering helps someone out there. So whenever I hear someone say like the streams are good or useful, like I'm happy to hear. It's about fucking time I gave back, you know? I was just thinking about something else. If I put something on this side, I need to account for this rotation. So if I have 16 millimeter, at 16 millimeter, this needs to come all the way over and still have clear space here. But this really doesn't need to be that big. This is 0. Oh yeah, it will. God, look at that. I feel like I should just go in Illustrator and do this in 2 seconds, but I'm gonna refrain. And so this isn't how it's actually gonna work. Oh. It's wild to see sketch lag so badly. But sure it is. So again, nothing precise about this. This is kind of proof of concept. See if Ari doesn't want to kill me. So this dial will rotate with different amounts. So I can say zoomed. So I can just start naming these by like 16 millimeter. Because in my head they make sense as like a pretty simple structure. Instead of static, like I have like static and default. Oh, that's weird. That's what I lost. And sometimes this helps to like really lean into some of like the visual metaphors of like, okay, my naming conventions are based on that. Like I'm like, I don't know if it's wrapping my head around it, but I'm just like committing to this path of making this work. I had more of a thought there, but it's not there right now. We'll need to think of like, the same preload should work in theory. This is more like the load in status, like how this loads in. I'll probably want to. And I can't spell loader right. That's unfortunate. Just so you know, I might be quiet for a bit, but I'm still hanging out. Right on, man. Yeah, appreciate you hanging out. Always rad to see people kind of like hang out and hopefully get some value out of this. And again, as always, like this is kind of what I'm doing for today, but I'm happy to pivot to whatever. I've got tons of photos I need to get to. I'm still not quite with like the music production shit. I need a little more time. But we'll get there. So I wonder too if if you pan, it like pushes back the zoom, because you can't zoom as you're panning. Yeah, the collaboration can be super awkward in Figma. I've even had clients watch over me whilst I'm trying just to think. That's that could be some anxiety. But a good thing is you can duplicate and work anywhere and close it for them. Yeah, I think we kind of had the same idea. Maybe everyone has that idea of just like having a safe space to operate within. Because yeah, like especially clients, like unless you've got like a client with like the right mindset, who's like really collaborative, understands the process, like I think it could be totally fine. I don't know how many are actually like that. Because it'd be great, because I think one thing I've found over the years, it's 2 pixels. Yeah, that's stupid. With like, the less of a reveal you can have with the client, the better, I've found. Just because it feels like they're part of the process, you can bring them along. So like if you can, because there's definitely been clients where it's like, I'd send them over half-baked ideas of just like this is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's fully gonna work. Is this in the right direction? Because that, like, like they're gonna feel ownership when it's all said and done. And a lot of times, like, you can help shepherd them in the right direction of like if you can have an open like dialogue where you can tell them like what they're asking for, like it doesn't really work for XYZ reasons. Like that's a pretty unique thing. So if you have that, I would very much recommend going that route. I think you get better results and you have happier clients. And especially if you're looking at like establishing long-term relationships with clients, it's super helpful because they don't feel like you're really taking a gamble. Like if like let's say you have like a discovery and then you have like 3 weeks till you show something again, and like in that 3 weeks that you're going to come back with like homepage fully ironed out with content strategy, it's fully responsive across all sizes, you have all the states, like you have all this, like you're going down this path, but they've had no input throughout. Obviously they had some input that kind of set you on that path, but you don't always know. Like they may have certain things they're just not that keen on, and you just no way of knowing, and it's just a matter of like a simple conversation. Just something I've found. It has seemed to work decently well. Okay. So one thing I want to do, the irony of like suddenly deciding to be precise. So the circle's not even precise, but let's divide it by 4 even. But now this is a quarter of it, which like when I do the final one, I'll want to break this down into like very tight proportions. Like this main circle will be 160 pixels. This should be 80 pixels, or maybe not, I don't know, 70? Or maybe 60, so it's like a third. It's 180, yeah, 60 would be a third. So it's like proportional units of everything. Although this being a third, this being a quarter, not the greatest. It might need some work. And maybe this gets smaller and that helps reduce the footprint in general. God, this just bugs. Okay. Sorry. Shouldn't say bad words. So this should be here. So this would be the equivalent of the 16 millimeter zoom. So navigator zoomed. What? Where did the 16 millimeter go? Oh, I never renamed it from static, that's why. So this would be 16 millimeter. Why do I have 2? Oh, I'm in Alt, that's why. So we'll just be in Alt. Yeah, zoom panning. There we go. I'll say I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, I mean, all these like observations, just, I mean, take with a grain of salt. Purely context is, I like refuse to be a thought leader. So my objective is to just offer like, this is what I've learned, this is why I learned, or why I think that. Do with it what you will. So I'm not gonna ever be like, here's how you need to structure your client. It works. Doesn't matter. Like this might not work. Um, Assuming Ari is building this for you, how would you document your interaction ideas, rationale to him or another dev? So Ari and I, so his folio was the first sort of, I don't need to show it again. That was our first kind of adventure working together, and it's interesting with him because we're in like totally opposite time zones. He's in Spain. Um, he's also like English isn't his first language, so there's a lot of times where we're just kind of like ships in the night, just like passing by on the same idea of like I interpreted it this way, he interpreted it that way, but um, he doesn't need a ton of documentation. Like that's what's crazy about him is like even with this. So from the first stream, I came to him with like the half baked idea of like basically this persistent center navigation, and like you could click to navigate around, you could drag. Um, there was the thinking like the zoom would be in the middle, but basically he's like, oh, like it's kind of like a joystick, and like he saw the potential, like he saw what I was thinking, and he kind of just like immediately went and just kind of like elevated it, and it inadvertently like it helped me bring the rest of it together. So in terms of documentation, not a ton. We'll do the equivalent of like hangouts, some like crazy third party thing, but we'll just like jump on a call and talk, and we'll do screen shares and kind of like go back and forth. I do a lot of screen recordings, so whenever there's kind of something that needs to be explained, I like for me it's hard on a phone call sometimes, especially with the language barrier. I just kind of get discombobulated, and I don't know why, but I found like for me just like I'll just set up a screen recording, just be like, hey, so this is what I'm thinking, this is like the preload state, like this is gonna happen, then this is kind of what I'm thinking for this. So it's all super high level, and he's very creative, and like his attention to detail is just second to none. So I'm kind of spoiled. Like typically I'd really break things down. I'd get into like easing curves. I'd get into like how I see things scaling. Like he just kind of just understands how those things work, and I don't have to give him too much. I think just like the idea, the designs, he'll obviously like build off of all the designs. He creates a lot of this stuff from JPEGs. I don't know how exactly he does it. I'll send him the files, so probably does a lot of SVG exports off there too. But yeah, he just gets the idea, and then we'll go back and forth on refinement and easing and how things should work, where there's limitations. I mean, I think a lot of people call out on his site like the detail. I was talking about this before. Like I always saw this as like a transitional moment where if you drag and then let go, it pops back into the next one. Where I think, because this sort of like vertical like slit or line navigation was his idea, and then it was kind of like bringing it about of like how can we expand on this into a gallery? What does the transition look like? What's the type like? And so there's some things like we still don't see the same ways. There's some limitations in how we do it. We're still like figuring it out, and yeah, it's very informal and just kind of like, I don't know. I trust him. Basically, like at first I was just like, all right, he didn't ask for it, let's see what comes back, and it was like he pretty much crushed it. So I'm spoiled. I can like focus on doing weird interaction stuff, and then yeah, it was because that kind of stuff takes me a long time for me to wrap my head around it, and kind of ideate. But it's nice like being able to like focus so much on the creation of it and not so much like get into the easing curves. I'll probably, like, for the load in, I'll probably give them notes of like how, like, oh, maybe these like rotate and they just like slowly stagger and like fade in like a radial sort of white almost. I'll just give him like high notes like that, and he'll just be like, he'll just do it. And I'll either give him notes or or just be like, all right, sweet, on to the next thing. More often than not, that's kind of what's happening. I'm gonna grab some water real fast. I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes. I can figure out how to. Yeah, be right back. It kind of worked out. Sorry, I forgot I left the fucking music on that. I should take that off that scene. I gotta make it better. Okay. Come back. So, let's see. I think this is not right. So there's a vignette on there. I don't know if that's going to quite work out in the end. I'm not crazy about vignettes, but it plays into the photo side of things. It creates a little additional contrast. Do all of these have the, they do. So this is what would be nice to kind of stress test. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I want to avoid. All around, this is not good. So we can also do blend modes. I don't know if exclusion's going to be enough. It might help. But the last thing I want to do is put a big block in the middle. and obstruct the view. But what we can also do is create like slight mouse panning. Oh, this is. I mean, it works there. Yeah, it's not great. As good as I do mostly dark photos, so there shouldn't be too much of an issue. But there, I mean, it's gone. Gonna have to think through this bit. Shit. I mean, it works there. So you can see how the exclusion blend mode is helping as it kind of like goes in and out of like light and dark areas. I'm not crazy about how saturated this becomes. I don't know if that's something with opacity or if I shift to exclusion. Edit source, what is this one? Let's try opacity. It helps, but I think testing on a different image, it's like, it makes it worse. Yeah, especially like this sort of like at an opacity meta, like it really becomes difficult. Again, something that works on this instance. I just really don't like that background gradient. It's like, I don't know if I make it bigger, so then it becomes softer and less obvious. Helps. Then also hits some of that. Man, this is 100% too. That's pretty fucking small. This is the problem. You get like stuck zoomed in on things and you start losing touch with scale. Not great. This stuff can definitely be even smaller. It's 36. Shit. No. This sort of like actual UI, don't want to make this heavy-handed, but it might need to come up. Point shouldn't be too bad. No, that's not bad at all. That's still tiny. Is that really the updated one? No, it's not even it. What is first sample? That's not it. This one. Okay. About ready to scream at me. You're gonna put 6-point type? Sure am. Watch me. This is where like it needs to be meta. Like I still feel like there's a need for actual hard line or like box. Because then if you drag over this, it becomes more about what's in focus. I know I had this before, but I dumped it, but I just keep coming back to it. Like it needs it. This is 100%. See, this is struggling too. Exclusion. Helps. And it's gone. Oh, I think it's all on an opacity. Edit source. Oh, this is 100 now. Here. So remember what I talked about? Using opacity is a cheap way to kind of inherit colors. Well, here's the problem. I don't know. I don't think this has a vignette on it. It's probably not helping. Center. Copy. It's on this. So the vignette does help, actually quite a lot. Seeing things? Yeah. I don't know if that's actually how it's going to preview or render in the browser, but I don't know. Let's see. So this needs to be ending. Source. That one again. Probably not advisable. I don't know if I'm going to get banding on the gradient because I'm upsizing. It should scale, but you never know. This is exclusion. This is the edit source. Why is it using that? Should be pulling these. This is silly. This document, navigator, zoomed. This is 200 millimeter. So I'm curious, like if this would be obvious as like a back. Like that's how you navigate back to the grid. Or close. It's not really the most intuitive place for close. This is why I'm putting this here. There. Nope. Nope. Let's be wider. View. Yeah, I think this helps like solidify the dragging ability of it, giving a little more presence. I think this is just too downplayed. I almost wonder if this also expands, excuse me, to the center. Might be too much. Yeah, actually I kind of like it. Mirroring. Is this not? Yeah, that's at 40, not 45. That's what the problem is. Back icon. Left meta. Zoom. Was it zoom dragger? Again, something I should probably make a symbol of, so that if I update it once, I don't have to keep doing these rotations. It's pretty short-sighted thinking on my part, but what can you do? And if you're just joining, I know my curve is pretty fucked up. This is just proof of concept type stuff that I'll lob over to Ari. Be like, hey, because we identified zoom as a potential like point of contention, like what's gonna really work here. Like we weren't sure, like, because his suggestion was like a whole separate slider, which I would much prefer to avoid. I don't know if we're going to get away with it, but the thinking is to definitely do it. So if I can kind of show this as like, this is kind of what it will do, like I'll go and do the final in Illustrator. It's not all fucked up. And I think I want to keep adding different details to this, but I'm feeling kind of good. This solved the problem of navigating back. At least for location, the icon I'll probably iterate on a little bit. Visibility is still a concern. Yeah. But at least it's there. But also what I don't like just looking at this is, like I feel like this is 50 and 50, but it's not. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. It feels like, because it feels like there should be like an alignment through here versus holding this sort of arbitrary margins. It almost makes sense if it's like here. And then I'm able to keep the, no, I don't know if this moves over to the side. I'll have to think about that one a little bit. But I do like this positioning a little bit better. Kind of wonder. I mean, it could be nice to do like some passive like background animation. Especially as like you hover over this, maybe like, I don't know, something happens. But I think looking at like some heads up display type stuff will be good. Get some inspiration there. Maybe even expanding out the canvas more. Again, not something I'd love to do right now, but yeah, you never know. I just don't want to get caught too far down the line right now. default speed. Can't remember. This is like RE notes. Drag speed. No, this is my notes. Never mind. Click. Oh yeah. Never mind. I can get rid of this. Drag speed equals distance icon. Yeah. So this was talking about like if you click this. I was going back and forth on whether you paginate to the next one or if it's just like an autoplay. I don't know if the 2 speeds of play is that useful. Legitimately, I think, you know, I want to think about this actually. My concern. Previous and next is useful. Playing is useful, but fast playing is not useful. This idea is like a fast forward version that will get you into this sort of state. But for these slideshows, I don't know if that's really the most useful option. If like yeah. See, that gradient background is definitely not working. I want to say that clicking next doesn't break the logic of like it can still be a click, activates the zoom, scrolls, it ramps up the speed to that, and then it just eases back down. I just wonder if there's more options now. So if it's still like play and fast forward, let's say there's is there like a tune bar? Where's like just a simple fucking radio? Seek track. I don't think these really equate. I don't think this is like a meaningful reference at the end of the day. These old ones. Seek. Yeah, this is not gonna help. So this almost becomes Is this really? Like, if we go to 1. I was liking the idea of keeping the same, because this is the same exact shape that are on the on the, what's it called, on like the center navigator. So it kind of makes for a nice bit of parity, but I don't know if it's really worth latching onto versus going like traditional dials. There we go. Okay. Not as simple, but expanded. Oh, so these are also using some of these. Let me do expanded. Let's say static expanded. Or default, or what I call it. It's so dumb. I really need to be better about what I call what. So this should be expanded. It's kind of a lot. Don't tell me. There we go. So you have autoplay. Ooh, big. Got 9, 0.5 pixels. That's not where I want to be. That. Not gonna lie, I like the idea of having plus and minus still in the middle. But just can't if you're gonna have the joystick concept. This. feel like this needs a plus now. Fuck. This don't make any fucking sense. What? This document, navigator, pen, all states. First zoom. Oh, these are all the alts I made. I can get rid of this screen. Because I think this is how it's going to have to start. Reload. Now this is back into pan. Navigator. And default. Yeah. That's default. This is dragging. Dragged. This. Again, establishing the consistent location of these things. I think that'll be helpful. But yeah, for this I kept on going back and forth in terms of like, maybe it loads full screen, and then when you drag it zooms back out, but I just don't think that makes sense. I think it should be structured, but like you need to click into each of these. This is the same as this. What? You should be the same. Oh, what? So, slideshow static. How did that get there? Yeah. We should do like a poll. It'd be great to do like live user testing on this. Sorry, just talking out loud right now. Uh-oh. What the heck? So this again, oh, see, that's not even the right one. This needs to be down here. So use the same one here, running into the same problems. But I think what I can do is make different versions of this. So you can see like the bigger grid, and then this one has the what's it called? Like the overall image, and then this one has like all the icons at a smaller size. I think I could do that real fast. That could be a fun, quick thing to explore. I don't know, what is this one? That's not right. See, like, all this stuff works so nicely with all these dark images. That's always my preference. But I also have a lot of light ones. And I wish I could plan for all dark, but that's not going to work. So, where is it? So these are all coming together. It's this guy. I don't know what, I guess we call this HUD. HUD zoomed image. We can create another one. Because this has like the basic, like, this should be 3x2. Otherwise I'm like bummed. 300, 200. So close. And lock this. This should be fairly easy with these like non-destructive masks. There you go. So this will be the overall image size, and then whatever the what's it called? The viewport or the aspect ratio is, like, that'll always be changing. I don't know how big of images we're going to be able to do, so the exact scale of that might be thrown off, but that's going to be all done programmatically, so I don't think it'll be too hard or too important for me to like get perfectly right. So zoomed. No, this is HUD for stories. So for the story version, basically going to be a lot of, what would be 6 by 3 by 1? So there's going to be like 2 3x2 spreads. It doesn't have to be. Maybe it's 16 by 9 spreads. I can't remember what they are. Let's see. But this was, and so this is where I think this is kind of important for me to be strategic. If I want to design these for Instagram, like, this is kind of, so that I can just copy and paste what I do for Instagram into these on my site. Might be useful. Oh. It's kind of wide. So I wasn't expecting it to be quite this wide. But I don't, it's going to vary how many I have. So I can just create, let's see, how big is this? You know what, I'm not going to pretend to do math right now. What's that, 16 stories? That's gonna take me a while to get there. Let's say I'm not there yet. I have my grid, and I think I just want to, I don't know how this does pretty well. Although it's all, That's in the middle. I want this at the bottom. And this is where, like, this is 3x2. Actually, no, it's not, because I duplicated this before I got the aspect ratio right. But this will be whatever the screen aspect ratio is, so I'm probably going to have to accept some kind of inconsistent padding around the grid, but that's okay. So HUD stories, so then this would be here, HUD stories. And I don't know about the zoom indication. I don't think that's going to be a thing. Let's group this and then center it within the canvas. Might need. So I like that these are kind of faded out. So we'll call these stories out of focus. Duplicate it, create a mask. Arguably I could create an overlap instead of having, maybe that's the better way to do it. Do it like this for now. So then the mask, then all of these to 100% opacity, or maybe less. You can see there's definitely some issues going on here. Whether or not 100 makes the most sense, I don't know. It really doesn't seem to be. I think just some like increase of like this is the focus, and I think it helps having the lines over the inactive areas, but really just context is the most important thing. And with this, I think testing exclusion blend mode. Oh, that's not good. Well, we'll figure that out. Dragged. Copy image meta, and so I don't know if this has the vignette on it either, and that was really helping the that was helping the some of the meta on the other one. So maybe that'll be a fix. You can see it's kind of helping, not quite as much as I was hoping for. But definitely brings out this, brings out the navigation. I like it in this instance because it helps push the focus to the center. It's kind of like another passive, like that's kind of what you do in photography with vignetting and kind of local masking and pushing to certain areas. Is it's all to like drive focus. And if we can drive focus to this sort of thing passively through like pushing people in, but I don't want it to be, I don't know, I don't want it to be like, I don't want it to be on like the main image. Like when you're in Zoom, I prefer if it wasn't, because I purposely don't vignette on my images. It's a style thing. We should all go back to which one? Yeah, let's lock that. Which one? So this, I mean, with this makes it so easy to do. so I'll need to make different zoomed out states, or like zoom. So as I go between like 16 millimeter and whatever 200 ends up being, just to show, again, Ari, how that affects this. And that's where it's like I don't need to show them all the details of like how that works. I can literally just show them like, okay, here's zoomed in, here's zoomed out, here's how it affects these different elements. Like, it's that easy with them. It's just wild. So, so we're gonna do stories landing. I think it'd be nice to have one for like stories detailed. Although the scale might be a little too weird. And it might be too much HUD. Maybe it shows up here, I don't know. We could try it. And this is on exclusion. I don't know if this is, let's have it. It's gonna work. But this one's gonna have to be, so if we do stories detail. So it's really gonna be like just this long procession. Shit, really? Oh. So this is to reflect the full canvas. I think we go as wide as we can. Lines. That's so close. Again, wish I could do patterns. I don't know how to do it in Sketch. Easy to do in Photoshop. And these, let's go ahead and get rid of this. Alright, out of focus. Where are you? So we want to make grid of these. Excuse me, one row with 10. Sure, 4, 8. I'm only going so big because I know I want to scale this down to something that'll fit. This is pretty tiny. Center. Let's see, so these are the ones I want to move. So it would be right there. Just like this, I need to move right there. I don't have to be exact because uh-oh. That's not centered. Actually, I don't think any of them are. It's more about pinned to the bottom with this. This should be 50. It's not. It's in format. This is where you can obsess over like pixel perfection, but it really doesn't matter today. Yeah, this might be too. Illusion. Helps. Oh, that's why. At least there's a system around it at this point. It might be excessive in some places. The design needs refinement, but I think thinking about it in the system now, it's starting to feel better. Of like this is something that can scale. Where did the... Yeah, so we're gonna do this. Up is preloading. This is where I don't know when this is gonna happen in the flow. But it seems like it could be around here. Is it what, 50%? 5. 5. In this inner circle. Whoa. Guys. Huh. Good. Copy. Again, placement, refinement. We'll get there. Better. I think this has some cool potential to it. Just don't know if like the back out is obvious enough, or whether this needs to be like a. Use this. There could be like a transition of it moving from the center. You could hover over it and give like a tooltip maybe. $35 alt. Yeah. I'll keep it. Just because I drew it. 35mm hover. This is where I'll just put. be interesting if there were other options. If it had the same sort of active state. I don't know what they'd be. It'd be like share, maybe. Or contact. Like a print. That would be kind of cool. It's like kind of a shitty experience, but I'm okay with that. Oh no. That was 8:45. Like each side was draggable. I don't know what the other ones would be. It would be like contact, share. I don't think people really use share functions, that was the problem. I don't know about that. Probably too complex. I think keeping this simple is nice. It's fairly complex. It's because it's not conventional. We might be making too many like hard leaps as it is. But they're all non-essential actions. It's kind of where I come back to it being okay. I feel like I need to make a library of all my icons. Because I just redraw the same shit over and over again. Maybe that's... how do I do this? I'm going to take it off desktop streaming for 1 second. Sorry, you're stuck with me. Just put in some notes. I have... So things... create library of icons. Yeah. Just a reminder. I like live and die by that thing, so if I don't write it down, it's kind of chalked. Yeah, it's probably making them an illustrator and importing them as a symbol in what's it called? In Sketch. Because making like really refined symbols in Sketch is doable. It's kind of painful. I think there's a lot more control to be had. If you end up using Illustrator, it's just, yeah. I mean, if you were here earlier, watching the pain that is trying to get these on any sort of precise. It's just like, partially it's like I just don't want to go and mess with my pixel settings, snap to pixel settings, which I think is just. Fix layers and points to pixel bounds. Yeah, this is... I love this, but it also drives me crazy. Because I think if I uncheck it... I should be able to move things like off the pixel grid. Yeah. See, I'm getting like wacky adjustments, which probably isn't a bad idea if I'm being honest for exactly something like this. I need to make a... That's a good shortcut. Can you do snap pixel? No, so that... I don't think there's a shortcut for like turning pixel snapping on and off, unless I'm mistaken. Tools, outlines, flat. Okay. Hey, what is rotate copies? I don't even get that. Oh shit, this looks exactly like what I was looking for.
Being that Sketch is a vector drawing application, it has some nifty tools for creating awesome shapes. One of my personal favorites is a tool called Rotate Copies. It's a tool for making a ring of copies around a center point, which is a great way to create radial patterns like clocks and gears, for example. But things start to get interesting when we start using different shapes and overlap the copies. Let's try a square. And to make it quicker for us to experiment, let's add Rotate Copies to the toolbar by choosing View, Customize Toolbar, and dragging the icon up to the bar. Now with our square selected, we can choose Rotate Copies. This opens a dialog box that lets us choose how many copies we want to make. One thing to note here is that you're entering how many additional copies you'd like to make. So if you want an even number of objects, add an odd number of copies. I'll add 7 to end up with 8. Now in the initial result, two things have happened. Each copy is revolving around a center point, and each copy has been rotated around the center point. Where things get really interesting is when we drag the handle to move the center point,
Fuck. This is exactly what I was looking for. I don't understand why rotate copies just doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work in symbols? I really don't know. Or is it only shapes? Only shapes? What about symbols? This would actually be useful. Fuck. Not useful. I mean, it's nice. Like, if I want to make, like, hash marks. Like, I was doing the, what's it called? Like, in order to set up the underlying grid to set these up. A lot of these, somewhere they're here. Did I delete one? I did. Uh-oh. Shit. I like those lines, but whatever. Maybe I can just do it real fast. Do it for this guy. Rotate copies. 9 copies. Huh. Wait. Why can't I go back though? It looked like it made like a group object.
revolution of the group follows, but the rotation of each object remains the same. This makes for some really interesting geometric shapes when you bring the center point in to overlap the shapes. When you click away, it combines all the layers into one with the union operation, which can still be broken apart and edited whenever you'd like. Let's give it a go with another shape.
Okay, well, I don't know why mine didn't make a union. That's a little strange, but not like it's that hard. This is really all it's doing. I just thought you can go back and remodify like what your rotation is. Yeah, it's strange that you can't specify like a window to operate it within, but it's okay. Go ahead and get rid of that. I still like the idea of having some sort of like tick marks. Just don't know how. See, I'm off of this. This is where I'm having problems. Zero it out. So I want 39 copies. That's what I really want. Should make this centered. Center point in the middle. Shit, this makes some dope stuff. Huh. How about that? Well, must have removed like the automatic union for some reason. I don't know why. But this is nice. Then I can, if I make a oval, I can then work on the mask of it. I duplicate this, subtract the front, get a mask, and then take off the fill. I have hash marks. Useful. Learn something new. What's nice is I can just go back in and modify this, but you can see how far off all these are. This back. We'll fix this real fast. Although these are probably 5 degrees off. They're not actually lining up. How is their lag nudging something? That's wild. Other apps can do like world building in 3D, but I'll be damned if I can nudge a text layer without it chugging. Yeah, see, I should take the snapping to pixels off. Did I fuck this up? Probably. Yeah, definitely did. Oh, yeah. Well, also the problem is I should really make a oval off of. I'm in like this weird area where I'm like kind of doing it right, kind of doing it in a really stupid way, which I don't think is really advisable, but. Yeah. At least this is looking better. It's just, it's not, it's still kind of cheesed. it's being done. I don't think the hash marks are going to actually stay visible. Hash marks. I want them there, I just don't know how yet. It at least looks kind of better. I don't know. It's not great. Yeah, and the angles aren't right, so it's kind of a dumb way, but looks better than the other one I had. This one, it's all like center aligned. Just makes the circle feel weird. I think it's more important to like keep this intact, even though I think center line looks better for the active state. It's not there. I also wonder if I do like millimeters really tiny in there, but I'll just leave it. Yeah, this is definitely kind of weird. I don't think I'm gonna have enough to say that's actually that important where I'll want to surface it. It's like, if you want details, they're there. Love to see it. That's 50, right? Just because things are consistently wrong doesn't mean you're on the right path. I was consistently 5 pixels off on everything, but because it was consistent, it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. I'll need to fix that, put that on a grid. But I think with the way this stuff's coming together, I don't know what this is though. Huh. Don't know. I think legibility is really like the big thing I've got to solve. And I think it's just going to be testing, unfortunately. I can do different things like like the center. I add a border 1 pixel inside. Do this dark. I can move this with the order of this, right? Yeah. This needs to be 2. And another one. Is that outside? I wonder if this is going to get us. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. That's working. The other one's not. Oh, it's because it's 1 pixel. So, and default. I think that's this. Edit source. Yeah, that's when we added the. I wonder if it's 4. That's kind of a lot. It would certainly work. It reminds me of the cursor. You do exclusion, what happens? do exclusion with like exclusion with like the inverted stacked borders. It may be enough. But what I want to do is copy this style. And I think the one that's really going to be interesting is I think this one. Let's see what happens. This one's already on exclusion. If we go to normal. Oh no, this is the hover. Excuse me. It would be this one. No. Really? No, 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 no. Bed source. I'm just gonna do this for sure. Nope, didn't do it. Okay, so not good. If I need to stress test this one, not gonna work. But if I do exclusion, and maybe it'll be better. That works. Funny, yeah, it just like goes away on darker images. And remember, this is 200%, so things are going to be a little bit more subtle. But this is, I mean, this is where like the center focus almost becomes a problem. I have a lot of very like center focused images. So it almost needs to have like an auto hide. Like if you don't interact, it just like condenses down into something small. Or it moves, but I don't like the idea of it moving. So let's make... So really if we do exclusion blend mode, this isn't that bad. The other options to do... What's it called? Do like custom colors per... But that's going to be crazy, or like I was talking about, like potentially calculating the average value of the image and let that dictate, which might also run into the same problems as well. It's not a perfect solve, but it should be better. So I think the auto hide is a good next step. Zoom, auto hide. Or like, I'm just thinking about these actions again, whether it's like a pin to the bottom is an option, or hide is an option. I don't know if auto hiding it is great, but it's also not great to make people hide navigation to see an image properly. Well, I think on auto, well, this is not the one that should be from the static state. So auto hide, I think we don't interact with it. I think that goes away, that goes away. That goes away. Maybe that stays, just so you know that it's there, but probably it's gonna have to go away as well. Almost say it goes in the middle, but that's weird to like bounce between that. Well, it's something reduced down. It's just what I'm thinking of is, so you have clothes. Maybe there's like, it's like if you look at the align tools here, you have like a pin. So basically, yeah, it's pretty much like that. You do 15. We'll enter. Shit. What's weird is then you're also rotating this. It's not a great symbol. I will be the first to admit that. I think I can come up with something better, but it's just whether this idea is worth pursuing. Because then I can do... Again, not great because it cuts into this. Just do it right. Ish. I don't know, it seems like it's just getting too complicated. I keep coming back to this. I feel like this needs to go back to being smaller. I like it consistent with the active state though, is the only thing I can't reconcile, but maybe it's not a big deal if it kind of expands and contracts. We want this smaller. Too complex? Curious. I'm like on the fence. I think it all needs to come down in size. I'm okay with it adjusting size. At least for now. But this is one of those things, like if it's something I change my mind about, this is something super easy in code for Ari to just like change the canvas size. Or at least that's my impression. Active. think it makes more sense as a joystick type approach when it's smaller. Like it has more of that feel that it's grabbable. If it's too big, it feels like an indicator. Oh, come on, buddy. Rotating arrows. Really wish I did this before. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Close enough. This is what the project is. New thing with Ari. Yeah, this is. So this is gonna be like a custom media. I'm still on the fence on what it actually is. It's predominantly photos. That's what the original idea is. I'm starting to think of it more as something where we can house all sorts of media. Because I think on my current site, there's a lot of like, I don't know, it's not great to like browse a lot of things. Like you kind of have to like go through like originals, then you gotta browse, and you gotta click into things. Like this is just like super high level view. Giving people the option to browse predominantly photos, but I think it could be really nice to bring in videos or like composites and stuff like that. Composites I think would be really easy to do, but just any sort of like media. Like if it would be rad to do like audio files or something too. So it's just purely like an output thing. It's not, there's no context. Like if you want context and you want like, if you want to like download any of the TV apps, learn more about that stuff, it's more for that function, but this is just like, this is what I'm putting out. Starting as a photo thing, I'm trying to get Ari on board. I've like mentioned the video things, like we should do that on like a different, because I was trying to get like video in this grid. I think he was not keen on that, but yeah, I don't know if I said it this time, but the collaboration we were doing with some other guys, it fell apart, unfortunately. Yeah, would have been really fucking good, but that's the way it goes. There's tough realities for doing stuff in the web that it just doesn't work for everyone's workflow. Like it, basically what happened was we needed everyone to commit to a path before development started, and considering how complex it was hard for them to basically go along with that. They wanted the leeway to have flexibility post-approval. So, and that's something with just our time. On Ari and I's side, we had to be pretty rigid about like, got to go in a straight line, more or less. Like, if something doesn't work, we'll fix it. But we don't have a lot of room or leeway to like rework things because it's not quite how they envisioned it. Which I totally get. Like for a site like that, I don't blame them. So yeah, it's all good. Like super talented guys. Hope to work with them at some point in the future. It's just I don't know if it's going to be on that one. So yeah, so Ari's starting prototyping on this. We're both kind of in a window between client projects, so we started with his folio, we were going to do this other one, but now we want to have at least something else to show. So yeah, trying to have this more or less done. So he's prototyping. I struggled through framework stuff last time. Now it's sort of in the refinement phase of what makes sense. Just trying to like think through all the use cases in a sort of non-traditional navigational experience, I guess you could call it. So yes, and it's like a lazy, kind of laid back Sunday stream, so I'm down to do whatever. Photos are more interesting. I can definitely pivot to that. I'm feeling happy about the progress so far. So at this point, I'm kind of good with, like, if I shift off of it to something else, like I'm good. Panning, auto hide. Wait, why do I have two auto hides? Oh, I know what. Yeah, this auto hide. Strange. God damn it, I wish I could play music. No more copyright claims, I swear. Got that. Caption, I need to refine to stress test it a little bit. I need to lean towards. It's a lot of controls, but I feel like the most important ones are close by. I don't know, it just muddies it though. I don't know about this. Yeah, if this seems like a lot of back and forth right now, should have been here for the last one. Or the first one. All red in the struggle bus, pretty hard. Eight. So this would be 8. $1.33. I don't think. Eight. Go. Also wonder, panning, I want this to stay. Panning, zoom should fade out. Like 30%, 30%. I think the meta should stay as it is. Yeah, because once you drag, you can't zoom. Unless we figure out something with like dragging and using your scroll wheel to zoom. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. But this just doesn't feel ideal. wonder if this goes to minimize once you get into the stories. So then I also need a back function. Yeah, this isn't ideal. This size is totally arbitrary, so. If it's like, how long is it? This is what? Oh, this is 2x. 1080. That's like a view. Full res, it's a viewport. Yeah, I'm just trying to think like what makes the most sense for scale. If you want to take in the story and there's going to be 10 viewports worth, is it better to have it scaled back where it's more like this? And then you click in, like you can zoom each one? I really don't know. I like bringing in like a color because this isn't so much about the details. I mean, maybe it's a fluid zoom as well. I don't know how the fuck that works on this. I definitely don't want to have two varying zoom functions. That'll confuse the shit out of people. I think this needs to be simple. Simple. It's a simple slideshow. Like, I don't know why I want to overcomplicate it, but... notice you've been streaming a lot lately. Any plans expanding into other types of YouTube videos? Yes. So the collaboration falling through kind of threw a wrench in the gears. I was supposed to, like, I worked late and hard to try and get Ari ahead, so then I can kind of pivot to a lot of like personal brand stuff I've been meaning to work on. This falls under that category, so it's not all bad. It's just, yeah, there are a lot of things like very simple things that shouldn't take me very long to do. It's like doing the bumpers for YouTube videos, doing like the sound design for it. There's just a couple like base level things, but I really want to make more like pointed videos, because I think like asking people to sift through, what am I at? I'm at almost 4.5 hours. And I think there's probably useful information here and there, but like expecting people to endure is probably the word I would choose. 4.5 hours and like maybe glean a couple things here and there. It's kind of a lot. So I'm realistic about like people's times. Like as I'm looking for more information and how I search on YouTube, like the shorter the better. Like I don't give a fuck who this is. Like as long as they're giving out good advice, like I'm into it. Ideally, like if that stems into broader discovery, into more like the live streams. I think live streams, like the community aspect that I want to have, and kind of like interacting with people throughout. But I think there's a lot of things I could do a lot more with YouTube, like poignant videos. I'm also, I think I'm more or less committed to doing like a class. I don't know if I can say who for yet. I don't know if there's any non-disclosures or what I can talk about. But it's going to be like a full course. Not the most in-depth ones. I think there's like varying levels of like how long I want to go, and I think it'll be good as like it's almost like the best form of practice. But to see like what the interest is for these things. So yes, long story short, way too long. Those are coming, and I think even like clips from YouTube or from the streams, I think is also coming, and that's kind of why I'm on Twitch as well now. I kind of hope Twitch takes off and becomes more like, I think there's more of a potential community there. I think there's a lot of functionality that's really nice. Um, so yeah, so like being able to make clips out of that, like I can just like if I'm working, I can just put it on in the background. I don't want to listen to myself that long, but like if it means if I can extract clips, that's kind of a good thing. So, and I had a couple people request it. So anything like that, or like topics or like whatever would be helpful. Definitely let me know, because I feel like I touch on, like I'm pretty transparent, and I've done streams on photos, design, some music production, more like sound design, and I'll just dive into like technical stuff, but it's not indexable at all. So yeah, we'll see. Because I mean, ideally, like it's not about the money, but it would be nice to be able to like monetize some videos and have that as like passive income, that kind of keep me from doing too much client work. Because I think I've got a lot of things I want to do for myself with like my brand and all these different products. I mean, most of them are free and losing me money, so the irony is it's not lost on me. But it's all fun. Like I have no qualms making no money off anything. Like it's just fun for me. So yeah, like I'm probably transparent to a fault. I'm fully aware of that. I probably shouldn't talk about that stuff, but I mean, I don't know. It's like I love giving back, but if I can give back in a way that's like self-sustaining, like sweet. I don't. It's not like I'm gonna go out and buy like a nice car or something. I'll take on less work. But, shit. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah, viewports. Keep a zoom. Or is a zoom obnoxious? That's what I want to know. I think this is not good. I think it's either got to be like I think this makes the most sense as like a default view. Like it's not the most immersive, but like if you want to click into it, fine by me. Let's see. Yeah, I did do that. Wait, it's even longer? What is this? Oh. Oh shit. It's even longer. Whoops. Wait. Easy way to do this. Height 590. It's locked. Why is it? Oh, no, it's not. Slash down. for how I want to do it, this is probably the best. So this is again getting to the same thing I was worrying about with this like zoomed out state, whatever it is. Like, yeah, it's a lot of padding and it's not totally zoomed in. Just 16 millimeter. But I know I can get the full canvas visible. This should be default. So I need multiple states of the indicator as well. We should go horizontal. Shit, this would be HUD, zoom, 16 millimeter. To again lean into the naming convention. I will say, oh no, there's a way to do this. Rid of this guy. This might be. And it's gone. Huh. Well, if I scale it, I don't know if that's going to be any better. It's not great. It should be like 50. So it could be kind of nice, like having like the swap of the two, of like you're viewing this, and then it like you zoom in, and it just you could see like the active state swapping from the broader border to that. Kind of cool. What this is, I don't have it there properly. Let's zoomed / 35. Let's say 75 or 70 millimeter. I don't know if that's one of them. But I think it'd be good to show like as you keep zooming in, like the portion you're viewing is smaller. Too close, Mom. I wonder how palatable I am 4.5 hours in. Hopefully not too bad. This would be 200 millimeters. So realistically, like, that would be right. Who cares about realistically? Yeah, the thing that's really getting me now is the auto hide and what those other functions are and if they actually can be pulled off in a way that makes sense. I was also looking at some of this meta here, like 1.28 and what that all is. It'd be nice to have like some meta of like what the zoom lens is. Oh, there's, I bet it's on Pinterest because it's so visual. Zoom lens marking. It's like the lines that kind of like go straight and they like all consolidate because the numbers are, yeah, like this. Fuck yeah. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah, this kind of diagram is so sweet. Shit, I should. Do I have it on? Turn it on. Save. Just in case. Site inspo. Yeah. Oh shit, don't go there. Like how that. That's like too nuanced. Like, I don't think I want anything that's that crazy. All I could think it would be is like the slideshow. Could be the speeds of slideshow. I don't know. Or it could be like the numbers within like a smaller diagram of like in here. Like if I didn't do it based on like controls like that. I need to get rid of that. Entirely honest. Yeah. This is how tall. This is 20. 20 pixels off. Could work if this is like the dragging speed and this is autoplay. I don't even know if that's actually correct. Kind of is. They'll go down the same amount and then out to varying degrees. Could be like 1x. I don't know what like a scroll speed would be. You could make something up. Oh, VPS. Viewports per second. Just pretend. This could all be a bad idea. I'm fully aware of it. 7-point font? Holy shit. Whoops. Might be a little aggressive. These all. This is where I try not to shy away from these ideas. Like, I'm sure there's someone who might think this is kind of a dumb exploration, and you're probably not wrong. It's just I found it's good to see this stuff through. Like, you really don't know until you try it. Or at least for me. I think there are some people who do know. Who look at this on paper and be like, damn, that's a stupid fucking idea, but typically don't. Why? I don't know about this. I make this 3. 2. Probably makes it uneven technically, but that's okay. And the diagrams were surprisingly like janky in terms of like how they, I mean, they are precise, but some of the spacing in between there seems kind of odd. And looking at this at actual size, I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's kind of over the fucking top. People are gonna be scratching their heads. What the fuck is VPS? So this would be like drag speed. So the idea is like you could still drag this slider and move, but like once you get to here, it's onto the next. So this is where like it gets a little weird. When it was purely speed, it made sense. But I feel like the next and previous is important pagination. Important functionality, but it might not be as much if I do this sort of like zoomed out. Like where is it? If this is like the default interaction, may not be as bad. Could be kind of interesting, like moving this off the bottom, putting it down with this, and having like a line go all the way up, but that might be too much. I'm gonna add negative. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know if I need to put negative because it's not technically negative, it's just going in the other direction. It's just a lot of UI. Maybe it's something that just like, it's a tooltip that shows up at first and then fades out. fire alarm or something. Gotta go. Yeah, this kind of like shit, it's like gets into like design for design's sake, and that's partially what these sites are in terms of like just being kind of fun. Yeah, maybe it's not the best practices, maybe it's kind of over the top. I don't know. I just like bringing all these like visual metaphors in terms of like the radial component being the zoom, and then having all this additional meta. In which case, like I don't think it's that bad if there's like a auto hide state where it loses all these numbers, or there's some like reductive, like I don't know. Because as I'm like looking, I stress tested that one image on the detail. I think this. I mean, yeah, like this is fucking bad. That's way too much interface over this kind of image, and I have a lot of center focused image, as I was mentioning earlier. So, like, how do I auto hide? What do I get rid of? Auto hide. So even this, it's better, but it's still a problem. It's still weird. I mean, I haven't figured out what to do with that close. It's just whether or not some of these additional actions make their way in, like pinning this to the left, or I really think it's just like a condensed state. It's condensed or moving. And if you condense, you lose the joystick, but the joystick's like the whole fucking thing. That's what I can't like fully let go of. So if you don't interact, could it be that simple? Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I'm liking this at least as like an initial tooltip. Maybe like tooltips all become part of it. So if you hover over it, and I'll oftentimes like bake in multiple hover states into one sort of thing. It's just purely representational. It's like, it doesn't matter that there's two cursors. So if you hover over this, maybe these all become... No, I think they stay there, but by default, maybe everything but 35. Just don't. Maybe keep everything but first and last, so you have like a frame of reference. It's better, but it's kind of weird. Oh, and this would be the grabber icon. I think I got burned on this last time. Grabber, cursor, PNG. That fucking meme. You're a PNG, right? You're a PNG, right? All these, like, not PNGs. Fuck. Not PNG. What is this? Like doing like blood or something? Yeah, I don't. Why is this so hard? Why don't I have these all figured out? I feel like I did at one point. Okay, because I can't. I can't auto select or do any image processing. I gotta fire Photoshop for this. It's small, but I think it is important. Or Sketch app resources. What are these open hands? That's not like a... You just throw. It's all good. Oh. Correct. Okay. I don't know what image type that is, but it doesn't allow layers. The idea is you can click on these. I think this should be 100%. Or the idea is that grab on these. Technically that should be 100% as well. Well, no. That's confusing as shit. What am I thinking? It would have to be a closed hand. Okay. Ah, who drew that? Whoops. I'm so ungrateful. Someone took the time to do this and I'm just judging their pen tooling. It's like, why is this so difficult? I hate to give him credit, but that's probably the closest. I'm going to save you because I'm probably going to need you at some point. Give me 1 second. I need to do this right now. Yeah. I've been eating for a bit. But yeah, the idea being like you can click on either of these and you can point. Both would have the same state, it's just what your input is. And this thing just giving me all sorts of pain. I've minimized the top nav. Probably not the right icon, but it's just representational for now. I think figuring out like where this goes. Is it? I think it'd be shitty if it like automatically like goes. Click in and it moves off center. I think the whole point of this is that it's center focused. I mean, this is why I don't think people do it. This is exactly why I don't do it. This is a fucking problem. I mean, maybe it's coming back to... I just don't know what a minimized state looks like. Auto hide, and then let's try... So we can figure out what this could condense down into. Regardless of where it goes or how it goes, it's just like what's... I think this being a reduced footprint helps. it automatically resolves back to this. Sorry, that's probably super fucking annoying. Oh, it's alright. It's probably not. It's Sunday. Can't judge me too much, right? Yeah, this like pinning idea, or just like a condensed. Struggle's real. So auto hide, if we hide all auxiliary, I still think we have to keep that. It fades out. It's kind of nice just to have something that's like passively moving. You move your cursor off. I mean, maybe it takes mapping, like being very explicit about what this auto hide is. Zoomed hover states. Wait, what? So we have the drag, and then we have like auto hide. Again, that's better. Still zoom version. Oh, let's do a different zoom length. Let's do 70 millimeters. It's probably more accurate. So let's say if you don't venture into this space. Oh, look at that. If you don't venture into the space for, I don't know, a couple seconds, it's gone. I don't know if that's enough. Like it's. So this is where so these are like partially, so I remember, and partially for notes for Ari. Although he's like a steel trap, he doesn't. My memory feels very inadequate next to him. Like all his folders are so organized. Like everything I've ever sent him on Discord, he like saves. He's got like all these folders, all these dates. It's like, damn. So now I gotta be careful about what I send him. Like, can't send him some like half-assed stuff. And he did like, he posted a couple things of like colors that, like the colors were right and he was focused on the colors, but like some of the UI was just like totally wrong and didn't make sense. And if someone looked at it with a close eye, fuck is this? And he's got a rather big network, so that automatically just like doesn't reflect well on me. So now I'm like, oh shit, I gotta have like everything buttoned up, at least to like a reasonable degree. Like if something's not close, I just like bomb it. And it's something you should be looking at. It's like, let's focus on the right things here, bud. I really wonder if it's as simple as just scaling everything down. Again, this is gonna help, but is it enough? I don't know if that's, we just have to go even further. Make something really tiny. But somehow imply that, like, you can bring it back, not like... I don't think that quite... Oh, these are off. Centered. I doubt, I mean, this might just look messy. And it's kind of, it's bringing some like conflicting language, like if plus gets convoluted in terms of what plus means. But I don't think plus is even here. Plus isn't a click anymore. Plus is gone. Does the joystick go away? Then you can't use the joystick. Question is whether if you start dragging elsewhere, does it then expand back out? And into what form? Not sure. Again, I think this is getting better. Let's test this with some shit. This is an exclusion. So what I think we'll have to do is like have that like background, like ambient movement. So if you move the cursor, it's just gonna like create that little parallax between the static UI in front and like the moving background. So that contrast of motion versus static should help. Yeah, again, might not do everything, but we shall see. But I think like having everything like reduced down, be as minimal as possible. I'd argue like the logo doesn't even need to be here. So for this top nav, like this auto condense state, like it's really just something to bring back the nav. Like it's, I don't think any branding is really necessary. I'm happy I did this, but I don't know. Oh. Gotta hit those VPS. But I think what it also does is reinforce that like this is the region for like like this is where you can just like click and drag. Like you click to the next one and it does like the easing, it automates and move. Or no, this would move. Ooh shit, that's no good. Because before I've had the circle stay put. That's where I think this is a tooltip. This is an on-load tooltip. I think that's it. And then it resolves into this. Because once you get into like dragging, I just don't... I don't think that's a good idea. Plus, like, we're trying to get into more like reduced footprint. And this is pretty fucking heavy. Oh, this is not centered? Oh, that's centered. Get it. Oh, the 2's probably too far out. Yeah. And I'm kind of like oscillating between just working. Maybe it's good for me to shut up and just work sometimes. I don't know. If you have questions, feel free, lob them over. Bored of this shit? Alright. I'm probably getting off pretty soon here. Damn, just past 5 hours. Where does the time go? But I'm pretty happy with like how this thing's come together again with more details. I think it's all within like my own art direction, so there isn't as much exploration around that as there typically is. It's just now it's kind of stick and move. I know the worlds I want to operate within. I know my visual language. So that narrows things down quite a lot. Good way. This is gonna be quiet. Oof, getting dicey. I don't know about this. Whole VPS nonsense. It's almost like it needs it on the top, so it's like kind of this joins it. Not band bot. This is a lot of fucking lines. Too much. Not these guys. I don't know about both of these. Maybe it's a matter of zero out. It's still off in pixel. No, CG is strange. I love that when like things are so small, there's just nowhere to grab. Kind of just stuck. You can do half pixel line, right? Yeah. Okay. We're going off the grid. We're going off the grid. Ooh. Love to see it. Oh. Come on. I move it 161.5. 161.5. Yes. Okay. That's probably the smart way of doing it. Instead of encouraging half pixels. 61. This is 0.5. Yeah. Yeah, we're still 6 of one, half dozen other. This really is that. This looks way too heavy. Old. Yeah, not totally sold on that. I'll be very honest about it. Maybe this is like, that helps immediately. I think having it fade out kind of, that'll buy me some time. I mean, maybe it's tool tipping. The meta doesn't come in until the tooltip's done. Another kind of cop out, but works. I don't know if there's going to be a zoom on the slideshow. That seems, that's how far out I go. It might not be bad. Just have like a full screen experience. You know what? I think I'm going to steal the framework from the other collaboration since it's totally dead. It makes a lot of sense for this. It was all like media stuff, and it was like, how do you just get some of the stuff out of the way? Oh, but the UI was so fun. It's okay. Yeah, maybe this way I can keep categories, but I drop the branding. Yeah. And that was like a stack nav. I think I'm just going to be shameless about it. Just fuck it. The only thing is, like, this is very close to what my current site looks like, and if I'm going to have people navigating back and forth between this, that's the other thing I haven't quite figured out is, like, how do I preface, how do I, one, elevate this, and how do I, like, there's a lot of things with this that I don't know quite how it fits in. It's like, how do I talk about it? Is it the hub? Is it the media center? Is it photos? Is it, do you have to dive into the original section of photos? I have to think this is going to get, this might take over as like the second spot on the homepage. Probably get a main navigation bit, but yeah, gotta figure that one out. Good. Not perfect. Ari will probably have some comments for me. I think for me, next steps. So I'm probably gonna. I think I'm gonna get off pretty soon. Unless there's any last minute questions. Figure this system out. Really dive into whether or not this makes sense. I mean, you can see how it just gets lost. But if you have like a little bit of movement, that's, I think, maybe going to be okay. I mean, here it's totally fine. So it might be one of those where we just test it and just see. It's like, all right, it works, doesn't work. I'm going to get away with it. Because I think there it absolutely works. Although the meta, I don't know, maybe it moves up. Sorry. So thinking through some of these last states, I think will be super important. Yeah. And this is getting kind of close. I think mobile will be interesting. I want to do categories at some point. I need to get these caption, positioning, and that's it, really. Maybe like the intro sequence, which I already had a first crack at. Maybe if Ari can replicate my logo, I don't know, and like the shake and glow, maybe he can do it even better, like halation and shit. That'd be cool. But let's see. Yeah, I think we'll call it right there. I plan on being back tomorrow. Don't know exactly when. Maybe a morning-ish stream. We'll see. I got a couple of things up in the air, but yeah, thank you for everyone who came through. Great questions. A couple of good conversations. So yeah, I know this is a random one, DVR content for sure, but yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.